Hello, welcome everyone. Welcome to the Water Sustainability Summit #2. I'm Michael Mobley, President of the United Water Conservation District Board of Directors, and on behalf of all of us here at United, thank you for joining us today. Whether you're in the room with us or joining us virtually, we are very happy to have so many of you engaged and participating in this essential collaboration of ingenuity, experience, and action. Since our initial meeting back in February of 2020, this multi-partner effort has proven to be the catalyst for advancing viable solutions to the significant challenges we all face in achieving water sustainability and resiliency here in Ventura County. As many of you know, this event was conceived by our General Manager, Mauricio Guardado, a man who is both eloquent and action-oriented. Mauricio will be our host today, so let's get him up here and get started. Mauricio.
There's a lot of information to go through today. So if you have a question, raise your hand, both in the room and online, and we'll try to answer as many questions as we can as time allots. You should have already received the summit program, which contains speakers' bios and project descriptions. We will also post the presentations you're about to see on unitedwater.org's website after this event. Remember, we're all in this together, people, and it's the only way we can do this is through collaboration, open and honest dialogue, and maybe a little thinking outside the box. We can build our way through water sustainability and through resiliency. Developing infrastructure to resolve a problem has been serving us well throughout history. And when you know more, you can do more. We can address these threats of climate change, rising coastal waters, and seawater intrusion. And yes, we can also provide access to fresh, clean, and affordable water to the disadvantaged communities, often overlooked and underserved, to the farmers that struggle to make ends meet while feeding a hungry nation, to the cities and towns balancing development and growth with open space and quality of life. We can do this, and yes, we are doing this, and we need your support and commitment to bring it all home. Thank you for being here and for your support and engagement. Thanks to our sponsors, Catalyst Environmental Solutions, GEI Consultants, Kennedy Jenks, Northwest Hydraulic Consultants, and Recon Consultants. And thank you for all sharing in the commitment to bring this region to sustainability. Thank you again for all of your participation. So today, a very special guest. Our keynote speaker today has a true passion for water policy. Born and raised in the Coachella Valley and educated just down the highway at the University of California, Santa Barbara. Joaquin Esquivel remembers well the beauty and challenges of this iconic California towns. First appointed to the State Water Resources Control Board in 2017 by then Governor Jerry Brown, 2 years later, in February 2019, Governor Gavin Newsom designated him as chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. His previous government experience includes serving as Assistant Secretary for Federal Water Policy at the California Natural Resources Agency in the Governor's Washington, D.C. office. In that role, he facilitated the development of policy priorities between the agency, the Governor's office, the California Congressional Delegation, and federal stakeholder agencies. I'd say Mr. Esquivel is pretty prepared in the art of collaboration. Mr. Esquivel also invested over 8 years working for California's US Senator Barbara Boxer, including as her legislative assistant covering the agriculture, Native American, water, oceans, and nutrition portfolios, in addition to being the Director of Information and Technology. Everyone, please join me in welcoming the chair of the State Water Resources Control Board, Mr. Joaquin Esquivel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mauricio. Good to see everyone, and thank you for the invitation to join you here today. I look at the agenda and I'm incredibly impressed that, especially this being just the second follow-along, that it is very specific and really about the projects that need to be advanced here in the watershed. As Mauricio said, I do and am familiar with the watershed, not because just my attendance at UC Santa Barbara, go Gauchos, but where I was an English major, importantly there too, but also because I lived down in Ventura, just off of Pierpont for about a year or so there when I first went up to UC Santa Barbara with my then boyfriend, and it was an incredible experience to be in the watershed. I think of the hiking that I got to do up in Ojai and up and down the river, and just the incredible resource that a flowing river can be to a community, and how it reminds us of the importance of these resources, which we all here are called to be good stewards of. And as Mauricio so well said, have to balance the many uses and ways in which it connects us as economies and as people. And so just feel very fortunate to join you. And thank you for allowing me here to be virtual and acknowledge here all of our virtual attendants as well, and appreciate that this virtual space, if you will, this ability to have a hybrid meeting is something that we've all been able to quickly adjust to over this last, by hook or crook, last year and a half, as we've all had to adjust to very difficult circumstances in our work to ensure that we carried on the importance of delivering clean and safe water to our communities and managing our resources in the landscape here that allow us to continue to do more. And so proud that California continues to show that access to clean water, access to clean air are the basis of modern economies here in the 21st century, and that we're serious about the work of better improving that management. I'm sure most of you know, but just quick gloss, the State Water Board and its 9 regional water boards oversee water quality regulation in our watersheds. So dischargers that discharge into our waterways, ensuring that we're protecting that quality for drinking water sources and other uses for the long term here is what we're called in our water quality hat to do. Along with the State Board, at the State Board, we administer water rights and also drinking water regulation in the state. We're about a 50-year institution. And I think I'm proud of what the institution has been able to do, but importantly, it's been because of leadership at the local level that anything gets done here in the state. And so as the State Board administers water rights, as we administer drinking water regulation, but importantly also invest in communities, and there, the board has invested $6.3 billion in drinking water, wastewater, stormwater capture, groundwater cleanup, and water recycling, importantly, investments in the state just in the last 5 years. That's in the forms of loans and grants. Many of you familiar with our programs at the state revolving fund, but also as bonds are developed, getting those investments that make us more drought resilient. When we think of the last drought in 2015, and certainly with the challenges that we've had to face this last summer in many of our communities here in the state, and the preparation that we're doing now for continued dry, anticipation of continued dry conditions, the investments that we've made in the last drought are here and are providing benefit. I think of the water recycling projects, the $1 billion or so in loans that the board has been able to put out in the last 5 years for water recycling in the state, and the thousands, tens of thousands of acre feet that they're creating a reliable supply in our communities now, as the types of investments we need to continue to think of and make in the face of climate change and drought. And so the board's ability to not just be a regulator in this space and help set standards and ensure that we're all being protective of these incredible resources we have in the state, but also to make the investments that really begin to ensure that we're creating 21st century water systems, knowing that we're here inheritors of a lot of work and incredible ingenuity and innovation that's gone on in a previous century. But with climate change here and the realities of what that means for the climate that this century will provide, with flashier floods, deeper and longer droughts, and a need to stretch our supplies between those extremes is really front of mind. And I know it's very front of mind here for the community as well. And want to thank again the leadership that is the core of what is necessary to actually adjust and begin to respond to climate change, which is local capacity, information at the local level that helps lead to better decision-making around the numerous things that you're all called to do in the water sector, and decisions we all are individually making, both here at the state level, but at the local level and federal. And it's the alliance of those things, both on the regulatory side, the funding side, but importantly, the outcomes in our communities that make the difference in being able to actually respond to climate change, to respond to the challenges of inequity in our communities, and the other things that we've here inherited, which are both these incredible systems, the fifth largest economy, that support the fifth largest economy in the world, an incredible ag sector, and the vibrancy of life as we know it here in California. And as we know, it's challenged, and we will need to continue to reinvigorate the commitment to these water systems, our communities, and each other to really make a difference. And again, it's that alignment across the local, state, and federal spectrum here, and the potential and opportunity we have now with the new administration, with discussions around infrastructure in Washington, D.C. that are generational and long overdue. They need to connect and do with what is the local leadership and vision around what are the particulars, what are the specific projects that need to be pursued, and what are the water quality challenges that we all might be facing. And those are also unique to each of the communities across the state of California, and is why the board is structured as we are with our 9 regional boards, accounts for that variation, and knows that you can't treat all the state at the same way at the same place. It is about community, it's about locality, and it's about the leadership and challenges, and importantly, solutions that are there unto that space. I'll just say that the board is here to be committed to continue to do our part, again, on providing funding. We're so fortunate, again, to have invested $6.3 billion in the last 5 years, but now through the leadership of the governor and the legislature, we fortunately have another $1.3 billion just in this last budget cycle that the board has for drinking water systems, for wastewater systems, and we also have $400 million for water recycling projects. So we are here and committed to continue to ensure that those dollars are getting out, importantly, into the communities where they're there to do the greatest difference. They help with affordability, because we know these projects can be so expensive, and bring down the cost of water, which is also front of mind here at the board, because the board recently received $1 billion as well for arrearages. And there, we know that because of the COVID crisis, because of the economic downturn, there are households that have accrued debt. And here with, again, the leadership of the governor and the legislature, we have $1 billion to pay down that debt. So that $1.3 billion in infrastructure that the board received isn't subsumed in what is an increasing concern around affordability and the ability of our communities to continue to maintain systems, and importantly, invest in those systems, knowing that you look at the history of the development of so many of our systems here in the state, both on the drinking water and wastewater side, and it came with incredible federal investment in the 70s. The Clean Water Act, the Safe Drinking Water Act, their passage came with a lot of dollars, again, because it's not just what do we do on the regulatory side to set standards and ensure that there's a quality of living, but how are we supporting as well financially to achieve those goals? Because we know that there isn't equity throughout our communities. There are some that are larger, have the ratepayer base or affluence to make the investments to drought-proof their systems, to respond to the challenges that they face, and systems that don't. And so not unlike transportation infrastructure, other investments that we all collectively say are so important to our economies and our community that we need to subsidize and create a consistency of access to those things. Water deserves that as well. Water and sanitation as well are so fundamental to any of our communities that it's hard to think of a community that doesn't have access to clean water, which there are over 1 million here Californians that do, or sanitation, where businesses are clamoring to invest in, where that fundamental infrastructure doesn't actually impede our common economic success. And so we, again, are, I think, incredibly fortunate for an opportunity here amongst us to continue to be specific, both on the data and information about the challenges that our watersheds are facing, but importantly, what that means then to the projects that we all consolidate around, that we support, and that we find the dollars and again the regulatory support to do. And on that regulatory side, I'll just say that the board is continuing to prioritize direct potable reuse regulations, our water recycling work, and the certainty that the development of water recycling regs for groundwater recharge and then surface water augmentation have done to then the projects that we've seen accelerate in the state are really critical. And so direct potable reuse is going to be such a next generation step here to really accelerate the amount of water recycling that's going on in the state and continue to drought proof ourselves against, again, what are we know going to be difficult circumstances coming into this next year. I want to give nod that so many of our communities in the state have been stressed because of drought, but also wildfire. And these challenges can be anxiety inducing, can create a lot of concern that this is a challenge too great for us. But if you look at California and you look at our development and our innovation, importantly, and the recognition of the importance of the investments in our system, but also the innovating in the way we even view and support our systems, I'm hopeful. I see a continued way forward because California has always had to adjust to extremes. We have a very flashy system, if you will. I mean, we have deep droughts and then also have had to contend with floods. If you look at the amount of variability we have year to year in our precipitation, it's off the charts compared to any other state in the nation. And we see that in the way that we've developed our systems to be able to carry over water from good times into drier. And we know with climate change accelerating those extremes. And here, this most recent drought continuing to be an example thereof. We're going to need to get better at bridging those extremes and knowing that they're coming sooner and faster to us. The pace and scale of the change is going to require us to continue to innovate and to invest, but importantly, to keep leadership developing at the local level that is going to become just even further engaged with the water sector. These challenges that we face will mean that we have to continue to draw the best and brightest minds into what is an exciting and challenging space for us in the water sector. So thank you all for your leadership, your dedication, and your continued work here, and the invitation to today's discussion. I look forward to continuing to listen in and to learn myself. So thank you, and I can't wait to see you all in person. Truly, this virtual space has been welcomed, but there's nothing that replaces the individual interaction. So I look forward to seeing you all again. And thank you, Mauricio. Really appreciate it.
Thank you again, Chair Esquivel. Yes, we are looking forward to seeing you in person, hopefully sometime soon. And thank you again for your participation. Really appreciate that. I'd like to introduce now Mr. John Lindquist, United's senior hydrogeologist, to present the cycles of sustainability, what we're doing to make sure we're ready for this drought and the next drought and the next. Mr. Lindquist.
Well, thank you, Mauricio. And I'm going to touch on, you'll hear some of the same words that Chair Esquivel just talked about. I'm going to talk about our fortune in some ways and optimism. And but I'm going to speak specifically about Ventura County and Southern Ventura County, our area specifically. Let's see, get the slides going here. That'll be the big difference, but the same themes you'll see repeated. And first off, I want to say and I'm sure many of you feel very fortunate to live in Ventura County. And that there's many reasons to feel fortunate to live here, but right now I'm going to talk about our resources and including some of the richest farmland and most costly, frankly, residential land in the country. But that's because we actually are a great place to live. And in terms of resources, we're mostly self-reliant in terms of water supply. Within United's service area, about 10 or 15% of our water is imported right now. But most of the water we get comes from our local mountains, where we get more rainfall on average than Seattle, believe it or not. I was really surprised to find that. But But let's face it, multi-year droughts here are common. And this is maybe one of the worst that's evolving right now that we've seen in our historical record. Certainly in the state, it was just reported, I think today on CNN, that the statewide, it's about the worst drought conditions that have ever occurred. But we've seen droughts before here, and we've adapted, united through the support of all of our stakeholders. Over the years have built Lake Piru and the Freeman Diversion and our recharge basins at Satakoy so that we could store water a little bit in that surface water reservoir, Lake Piru, relatively small amount. There are millions of acre feet of water below us, below our feet right now, due in large part to our artificial recharge operations over the years. And I want to touch on these multi-year droughts a little bit more so we get a perspective of what might happen in the future. And I think this is consistent with what Chair Esquivel was just talking about. So this shows rainfall, annual rainfall measured at Santa Paula, the city of Santa Paula. It's centrally located in southern Ventura County. It has a really nice long period of record. So each of these blue bars shows how much rainfall we've received in Santa Paula. And it's good representation for our entire area each year, each water year. And you can see there's some years when we have very little, like this last year was our driest on record with, I think, 4.9 inches here locally in Oxnard. And then we've had years with over 40 inches back in 1998. In fact, that was the wettest year on record in 1998. And I'll touch on this again a little bit later. The 1990s was the wettest period in our history. And now we're facing one of the driest periods in our history. So it's pretty consistent with what Chair Esquivel was talking about. And you can eyeball in what's happening. If you were to look at rainfall over the years, you can see, oh yeah, there's the wet years tend to bunch up and the dry years tend to bunch up. And looking at just this eyeball method, you see that these wet periods occur and the dry periods just about 30 years apart. And we see this over the last 130 years. And we have more quantitative ways of looking at this. We call it looking at cumulative departure from mean precipitation. I didn't want to go into a long lesson today to describe how that works, but you see the same thing if you look at this more quantitatively. And then interestingly, but maybe not surprisingly, these blue stars represent all the major floods that were reported in Ventura County Star and other papers over the years. A couple don't show there because they're before this time frame. It's really interesting though. So they all occur during these very wet periods that are spaced about 30 years apart. There are a lot of them here. A lot of them are El Nino years. Some of them aren't. Fascinating to me was to see that 1914, the papers reported it was probably the most disastrous flood in the history of Ventura County. And then 1938, 24 years later, the most damaging flood in recent times in Southern California. 1969, 31 years later, the most damaging natural flood in Santa Clara River in modern history. 1998, we had our highest rainfall ever recorded by far in Santa Paula. And I would expect that sometime around 30 years after this, 25 to 30 years after this 2000 peak or 1998 peak, so coming up pretty soon, we may see more flooding that gets the same sort of superlatives. But it's hard to imagine that right now after 10 years of a punishing drought. And these punishing droughts punish in other ways as well. So these are two major wildfires that we've had in Ventura County that have burned more than 200,000 acres. And you can see they don't fall in the bottom of the droughts, they fall a little bit after the bottom of the droughts. And that's because we have these wet periods every 30 years or so that build up forest, great for forest growth and health. But then we have droughts, and we have for a long time now, for the last century and a half, droughts that kill a lot of that vegetation. And then that leads to these huge wildfires. And I just want to touch on a couple of other things real quick on this slide. We have tree ring data here in the transverse ranges that shows that really you see these same cycles 25 to 30 years apart of wet and dry cycles based on the tree ring data dating back 730 years. You can look back and you see we get about 4 wet cycles and 4 droughts every century going all the way back to 1300. So not a surprise, and we've learned to adapt. And I'll come to that in a second. I just want to mention, I said El Nino and La Nina, those are often our big water years, but what produces these big cycles, these 15-year long cycles every 30 years or so, really modern climate science is looking now more at the Pacific decadal oscillation. So I want folks here who are interested in weather, yeah, we might get a good wet year if we have an El Nino year. We're not getting one this coming year, unfortunately. It's looking like La Nina. But really what builds these big cycles is what's called the Pacific decadal oscillation. And it really is a period when the El Nino years tend to stack up against each other, and it includes a few other factors. Same general concept, but a better predictor of when we get rain here in Southern California. It does not apply everywhere, but it's a pretty good indicator of when we're going to get wet cycles here in Ventura County. And we've managed to thrive despite wildfires and droughts and floods. And so today we have 62,000 acres of farmland producing 1 million tons per year of produce. I mean, that's amazing. That's far more than we eat here. We're feeding a good fraction of the rest of California and the world. And that has a big economic impact, $1.5 billion roughly, maybe closer to 2 on our local economy. And our cities and towns have grown to 500,000 people here within the Santa Clara River and Oxnard, Santa Clara River Valley and Oxnard Plain. And we have now finally a great state university that wants to grow. We have a growing manufacturing and commercial sector. Amazon, you'll see them just down the road here, not too far down Gonzales. And military installations. Now we have 4, including 2 new ones, and the military installations are growing and they contribute greatly to our economy as well, to the tune of billions of dollars. And Ventura County supports its military, and we want to see these bases thrive and grow, not just because of the economic impact, but because of the security for the country. This growth, like I said, we've managed despite these dry cycles. It hasn't come without challenges or problems. Challenges and problems we've known for the last 70 years. And some of them are chloride up in chloride concentrations in groundwater in the Piru Basin, and nitrate north of Oxnard, nitrate from past agricultural and other practices, and maybe some of our old wastewater discharge practices back in the day. We have total dissolved solids that are kind of high and a lot of overdraft between Oxnard and Camarillo. And of course, the big one that everybody is really focused on these days is seawater intrusion along the coast south of Port Hueneme. So those are the things, those are the challenges that largely this summit and the last one are trying to help resolve. And I just want to touch on water use. You know, we're going to talk a lot about new projects today, but there's a big other factor that's been so important in our continued success here in Ventura County. And this is total water use in the area with the biggest problems, the Oxnard and Pleasant Valley basins, the biggest challenges. Looking at water use from 1985 to 2020, you can see, hey, back in the 80s, we were using about 160,000 acre feet. And today, now the total water use, not just groundwater, but surface water supplies, is about 25% less at 120,000 acre feet. And you can say, well, yeah, but here in the 90s, you guys were using a lot, not very much water either. But remember, I mentioned this earlier, that was the period of highest rainfall on record, and maybe the highest rainfall in the past 700 years. So this was an unusual period when agriculture didn't need to water as much, didn't need to irrigate as much, and neither did people for their lawns and their homes and whatnot. So this is kind of an anomaly, anomalously low. If we look at the last 13 or 14 years, though, I have to say I'm really impressed. I see a lot of complaints online or in the paper, Facebook comments and posts and that sort of thing, which I've really got to stop looking at. With the last 13, 14 years, we have done an amazing job, both our cities and our farms, in reducing their need for water. So you have to remember, we've been in a drought for this 10-year period here, and water use has declined dramatically. So we're doing all the right things in terms of conservation. And both the cities and ag are contributing. Question is that really enough? And we know from the groundwater sustainability plans that the Fox Canyon GMA recently put out and we supported, our sustainable yield for groundwater in the basins is only 51,000 acre feet per year. And right now we're using about, when I say we, I mean our community and as a whole, about 90,000 acre feet per year. So that's a pretty good gap. I'm showing a map here. I'm going to focus on the Oxnard Plain and Pleasant Valley basins where we have the largest problems, obviously. And I'm just going to introduce the projects that the next 5 speakers are going to come up and talk a little bit more about. But I want to put them in context so you know where they're coming from when they come up and describe their projects. So one really short-term option that can help significantly would be purchasing additional state water project water. And whether this is a good long-term or short-term solution, it's hard to say. We know it's a good short-term solution because the last 4 years have been extreme drought, and we've managed to purchase, United has 40,000 acre feet of additional state water project beyond our normal allocation. So a long-term average, we're thinking 6,500 acre feet. If we need it for the long term, certainly it can help fill in the gaps. And that would be great news. You'll hear more about that in a moment. Freeman expansion. You heard Chair Esquivel and myself talk a little bit about the potential for big droughts and floods to get stronger than ever. So what we'd like to be able to do is expand our Freeman diversion so that when we do have these bigger floods, we can divert more of that muddy water, those big flows, and maybe leave more of the low flows that are clear and good for fish in the stream. But overall, we think with our Freeman expansion project that will be described momentarily, we can harvest another 10,000 acre feet safely off the river. Brackish groundwater extraction, you'll hear a lot more about that project in a few moments down here on the coast. That's going to help us stop seawater intrusion. So not only are we talking about getting 6,000 to 12,000 acre feet of very clean product water out of that project, but it will increase sustainable yield of the basin potentially by another 10,000 acre feet. So this is a cornerstone project that really is important in the big picture to make all of these other projects work together. Recycled water, we don't have recycled water, United doesn't, but our partners in Camarillo, Camarosa, and the city of Oxnard, they've been producing recycled water now for years, which has been a big component of the water supply. And they have opportunities that they've talked about potentially expanding that use of recycled water. And there's a big push in the state to use more. So that very clean water, it could be a good component. And finally, I'm not going to delve into this too deeply now. I'll come back to this in a later presentation, optimization, but making all these projects work together, that really leads to a synergy that can produce more sustainable yield for the basin. So add this all up and we're filling the gap. Plus, if you do the math, I'm a geologist, I'm not an engineer. So the smarter people in the room will add this up and say, hey, this could add up to more than what the 40,000 acre feet. But we know that we need a little bit of buffer. Not all the projects are going to work exactly as planned, and we're going to have dry years and wet years. So we need a little bit of buffer. Now, what about climate change? These are the forecasts from the state, their fourth climate assessment from 2018, looking towards the end of the century, 70 to 80 years out. This is the South Coast region. We're located here where that gold star is because we're so awesome. And the prediction is that on average, we're going to see a 0% change in precipitation, which sounds, okay, that doesn't sound so bad. And actually, Central Coast, just up the coast from us, 6.2% increase in precipitation on average by the end of the century. So maybe we can expect, since we're kind of on the border between those, a little bit more precipitation, a few more percent. That sounds great, except we're also going to definitely be seeing temperature increases by the late part of this century. And again, we're here 2.4 to 2 degrees, which again doesn't sound bad. Who cares if it warms up 2 degrees? Well, this is Celsius, so you have to double it. So it's going to be a bit warmer, more like 4 to 5 degrees warmer here. And the significance is that means that there's going to be more evaporation, both from crops and from natural vegetation, which means a declining surface flows, more demand. So this is a challenge that we have to face and we have to be prepared for. Here's my optimism, parallel to Chair Esquivel's, and that is we're still fortunate to live in Ventura County. We're likely going to enter another wet phase of the Pacific Decadal Oscillation sometime in this decade. And there's going to be an opportunity there to divert and store a lot of storm flows. And those storm flows, they cost nothing in energy. The sun does the work by evaporating water from the ocean and dumping it in the mountains. So low energy requirements, that means low cost and low greenhouse gases. This is something we can't just let go. It's really important for our future, for the future of the planet, really. Climate change is not forecasted to impact us as harshly as many other parts of the world. So I mentioned that we're producing a lot more food from our farms today than we eat ourselves. And in the future, much of the rest of the world is going to be facing more challenges with climate change, and they might have crop failures and famines. And we can choose, by making this effort, to help feed the rest of the world and not be part of the problem, but part of the solution. But we're not going to be immune from climate change. We're, like, as has been mentioned before, we need to plan for storing even more storm flows during these wet periods when we have them. We have to be prepared for longer and deeper droughts, though. So we're going to need some drought-proof supplies, which you'll hear about in a moment. And that will aid our resiliency for those longer dry periods that we're expecting. And we have these lingering water quality problems that some of these new projects are going to help mitigate. And so, yeah, as I mentioned, we have some following presentations that will show some potential solutions. And I think next is just my slide saying there's questions. I'm not sure we have time, and maybe you want to hold off questions anyways until you hear about some of these projects.
We do have about 7 minutes for questions if we want to try and work those in right now. And I do actually have a question for you already.
Oh, okay.
Can you speak about the prediction of a mega drought coming to our region and the entire Southwest?
Yeah, I can, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but what I will say is if you look at the history of megadroughts, and I've given a couple of presentations to our Water Resources Committee, and we can talk about this more in detail at a later date for sure. Mega droughts in the Southwest are certainly a challenge, but we don't get affected by exactly the same climate phenomena here in southern Ventura County as the rest of the Southwest does. So if you look at the history of mega droughts, and there were several over the last 800 years or so, Ventura County is often, or Southern California, there was no Ventura County 800 years ago, is often left out of the mega drought cycle. I'm not saying they don't affect us. They can affect us indirectly, and occasionally there's a mega drought that affects us also. But if you look back at 700 years of data, you see that the area in general, again, sees these wet cycles and dry cycles that occur about 25 years apart. And I'll just add quickly that much of the Southwest, their rainfall is driven by what's called the North American monsoon that comes up from the Gulf of California and the Gulf of Mexico. We never get impacted by the North American monsoon, except occasionally we get a summer thunderstorm. You guys have seen that. It doesn't add much to the rainfall, but that's just kind of the very westward push of the North American monsoon. But yeah, that can be a challenge. It probably isn't going to be a direct challenge for us most of the time.
And if there are any more questions, I'm opening it up to the floor. All right, no additional questions at this time.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much. If you attended our first summit, you would have been involved with and realized that was really the call to action, bringing the people together, and you all said, go do that. We presented some conceptual projects that we felt could certainly bring us towards sustainability and resiliency. And as you know, we can't do it ourselves. It truly does take a village. And so again, today, our goal is to demonstrate, hey, we heard you loud and clear. And that call to action we've put into movement. And we know state water is a critical component to our water portfolio. And so, with that, I'd like to introduce Principal Hydrologist Murray McEachran, who will be talking about state contractors, water transfers, and purchase agreements of state water, along with our Chief Engineer, Dr. Miriam Brawl, regarding the Santa Felicia Dam Safety Improvement Projects, which is a critical asset to harness and impound that water. And we also have with us from Ventura Water, Assistant General Manager Betsy Cooper, regarding the State Water Project Interconnection Pipeline. So with that, Murray.
Thank you, Mauricio. Oh, that feels better. Okay, so I'm going to start off with the video, and it was taken back in February of 2019, and kind of give you the setting of what was going on then. The county was still very much in a drought. Water levels in the Oxnard Plain, in fact, 95% of the area was still under sea level. Although we had about 300 CFS in the river at the time, we were only allowed to divert about 10% of that water, about 30 CFS, due to additional environmental restrictions. That water would have gone directly into groundwater recharge to raise those water levels. Our lake was right about 1/3 full, a little over 1/3 full. So conditions weren't well, but in contrast, looking north, they had just finished recording the highest level of snow pack in the Sierras. Let's see, Sacramento River was about at 80,000 cubic feet per second flowing, and Lake Shasta was about to spill, and San Luis Reservoir was actually full. So again, it's kind of what happened was the stars aligned for us. There was a perfect situation for us to be able to do something. And here's the video. So thanks to the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency who financed this, we were able to obtain 15,000 acre feet of Article 21 water. Article 21 water is state water project water that is above and beyond when nobody else can use it. We can actually use that, send it down here. This is looking at Pyramid Lake right here. We were releasing about 1,000 CFS. At that time, that's about 2,000 acre feet per day of state water, where just in a few short hours, even though this is in LA County, in just a few short hours, it went down Piru Creek and it made it into our Lake Piru. And with that, we were able to store that just temporarily, and then we're able to release that water to benefit the groundwater basins downstream. As you can imagine, this is just a tremendous feeling of just being able to obtain water that was literally just rushing out to the ocean up north and bringing it down into here where we very much needed that water. Okay, so Ventura County actually is pretty well situated to obtain state water. And looking at the state water project right here, the West Branch actually goes right up against Ventura County. So blowing that up a little bit right here. In fact, the terminus of the West Branch is Castaic Lake, right there in the upper right-hand corner, and Pyramid is also part of the state water project. So the time I told you about in 2019 when we received the Article 21 water, and it's usually how we do receive our state water, we received that down Piru Creek and into Lake Piru, as you can see right up there. And another time, actually in 2017, we received our article, again, stars kind of aligned. We're actually very fortunate in 2017, where we purchased 10,000 acre feet of Article 21 water, and we received that out of Castaic Lake, where we released that water down Castaic Creek into the Santa Clara River. And then that there in turn benefited all the groundwater basins in the Ventura County, including Piru, Fillmore, Santa Paula, and the basins actually below the Freeman diversion there. We do prefer to receive our state water out of Pyramid, down Piru Creek and into Lake Piru. And that's because we're able to release that, we're able to hold that water and then release it with our conservation release. That's the other waters that we obtain in runoff from the dam. And then we can release that in a more controlled manner to better benefit the basins that we're actually targeting. And so how we do that is we release it down again, we release it into Piru Creek, down the Santa Clara River, where some of that water will percolate in the upper basins. And then the rest of the water we divert at the Freeman diversion. We put it into either our percolation ponds for groundwater recharge to benefit the Oxnard Plain area, or we actually deliver that water out to our PTP and Pleasant Valley pipelines. And that in turn has them so that they don't have to pump that water, and it's almost considered like groundwater recharge. There's going to be a third method actually to be able to receive state water now too, and that would be a little bit different source. It would be treated water this time, and it'd be through Callegas and then into the newly proposed state water interconnect shown right here. And Betsy Cooper actually in a couple of minutes will be talking about that. So a little background. There's Table A, which is the allocations that everyone receives between the contractors for the state water program. There's transfers and exchanges. That's the exchanges between the Table A water. And also on occasions, there's the Article 21 water, when there's surplus water. This water is a little bit trickier to get actually, because usually I know how it worked with us the last two times is they notify all the contractors on, I believe it's on a Wednesday, and they say, you have to tell us by Friday how much water you want. And then you have to be able to receive that water the following week. So it's all just very, fast action. This is not something you can just plan for long-term. It's something you have to do right away. So that being said, we've been very successful in the last 6 years, actually obtaining all three types of those waters. We had, looking at, looking back in 2017, we had the Article 21 water I mentioned out of Castaic. We also purchased our Table A water. 2019, we actually received all three types of water, where we took Article 21, again, thanks to the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency. We did 1,000 acre feet of exchange between the Santa Clarita Valley Water Agency, and we also took our Table A. And then of just recently, we've done some transfers with Casitas and the city of Ventura for exchange of Table A water. So in total, in the last 6 years, we've actually obtained 44,000 acre feet of state water. So in order for us to maximize the ability to be able to receive and hold that water, as I mentioned, we want to send it from Pyramid down to Piru. In the creek there are endangered arroyo toads, of which we need to be aware of. And currently, we're developing studies with environmental researchers and the US Fish and Wildlife Service. And they do believe that actually our releases will be able to provide a benefit to the species, a net benefit. So, which is really just great news that we're going to be able to do that. So right now we're developing the studies, and then hopefully in the near future here, we're going to be able to receive the volumes of water that we're trying to obtain. So importantly, obviously, is funding. DWRO seems to want their money after they deliver us the water. And so United actually started in 2019, we started a surcharge on our pump fees, where we've actually already used some of the money in 2021 when we did the exchanges with the city of Ventura and Casitas. This water, or this money, is only going to be used for supplemental water, and we will accumulate it, and then we'll purchase water as we see that it would be most maximize the benefit to this area. In addition to that, the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency is looking at a replenishment fee that will also be able to fund some additional surplus water. And we can't do this without partnerships. And so, I'd like to thank all the partners, everyone that we've been working with, especially in this list. This list is going to be growing. We know we're going to be out there actively seeking other partnerships to be able to get more and more state water down. So it's very important. And in terms of our goals, we're planning on purchasing an average of about 10,000 acre feet of additional state water per year. Okay, that 10,000 acre feet would be up in the upper basins, up in Lake Piru. About 6 of that we would figure would get down to the Freeman Diversion and benefit the Oxnard Plain area. And about 4,000 of it would benefit the upper basins. And it's going to be highly variable. So for example, if we had the funding in 2017, we could have easily purchased 30,000 acre feet and put it into our lake. If we had the funding and the time, and there was the water available at that time. So it will be variable. There will be times we won't be getting any, and sometimes we'll be getting big gulps of it. And it's important that Lake Piru continues operations, and we're going to be able to maintain that as a reservoir to be able to take this water in. And so Dr. Mariam Brawl will be talking about some of the projects that we've been working on in Lake Piru to make sure that remains viable.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. As Murray mentioned, let's look at the Santa Felicia Dam and Lake Piru Reservoir that are critical to United's operations. And at the time when the dam was built, it was dedicated to groundwater recharge and water resources management. On an annual basis, through our conservation releases, we help groundwater recharge along the Santa Clara River, and we have done this practice in the past 66 years. We also help managing the nitrate levels in the groundwater at our El Rio groundwater recharge and water treatment facility. The dam is under the jurisdiction of FERC and the SOD and is classified as an extremely high hazard dam, not because of the structural condition, rather because of the number of residents, around 377,000 people who reside below or downstream of the dam. United since 2015 has been working on the Santa Lucia Dam Safety Improvement Project with the goal to adapt to the climate change and also upgrade this facility, this important facility for new and updated seismic loading. The two main components of this project include the spillway and the outlet works. The spillway improvements basically help to increase the hydraulic capacity of the spillway to be able to safely pass the potential maximum flood or inflow design flood. The existing outlet works is seismically insufficient, and therefore we have decided to replace this with the new outlet works. And as a result, we will have new facilities that would also reduce the risk of siltation or entry of sediments into the existing intake tower. Let's take a look at the cost and the schedule for this project. As I mentioned, since 2015, United has done a series of studies, evaluations, analysis, and we have entered the preliminary design for these two components. The total project cost is design and construction is about $126 million as of today. That does not include the permitting cost that is projected to be $1.5 million. United to date has invested $5.4 million on advancing the design. We recently concluded the 30% design of the new outlet works and the supplemental 10% design of the spillway improvements. In September, we held the Board of Consultants meeting number 5, and usually at these settings, FERC and DSOD and our Board of Consultants are present to review the design work that we have done and basically give us a thumbs up that the design is good and we can proceed with the next design phase. And so as you can see, as we are today, we are embarking on the 60% design of the new outlet works and the 30% design of the new outlet works. The goal is to complete the construction by August 2028. And we are hoping that the current NEPA permitting process is going to be completed and would not result any delay in this schedule. Based on the amendments or the kind of like the dam safety bill that Congresswoman Brownley included in the 2020 Water Resources and Development Act, Santa Lucia Dam, which is considered a minor hydroelectric project, is now eligible for federal and state funding. And we would like to recognize the support that we have received from Congresswoman Brownley in support of the Santa Lucia Dam Safety Improvement Project. This year, we, through DSOD, have expressed interest to be eligible for the 2021 High Hazard Potential Dams Grant funding that would allow us to cover 60% of the next phase of the design cost. That is equivalent to $1.4 million. We've also applied for a low interest loan as part of the 2021 EPA WIFIA. And we are hoping if we get granted, we can cover 50% of the construction cost. And not to say that we are still pursuing other venues for grant funding, and the goal is to cover the project cost through grants. With that, I would like to turn it over to Betsy Cooper. Please come over here. And we would like you to talk about the State Water Project Interconnection, which is a multi-agency project, and we look forward to implementation of that.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Like Miriam said, my name is Betsy Cooper. I am the Assistant General Manager of Ventura Water Department of the City of Ventura. And a question that we have been pondering since 1971 is what is the best way for the City of Ventura to receive our Table A state water allocations? So thanks to the partnership with Callegas Municipal Water District, we have determined a relatively economical solution that can benefit four agencies, which is Callegas, the City of Ventura, United, and Casitas Municipal Water District. So this map shows an overview of the state water interconnection pipeline. And this project consists of a pipeline approximately 7 miles in length that will be used to transport water between Callegas's and the city's water distribution systems. So our state water allocation would be wheeled through Metropolitan Water District and Callegas's systems. The pipeline would connect to Callegas's system in the western side of the city of Camarillo and to Ventura's system in the east side of the city of Ventura. So a couple items to point out. I'm going to be real brief. I could talk a lot about this project, but I'm going to be real brief. Is the pipeline would be designed to flow both from Callegas to the city of Ventura and from the city of Ventura to Callegas, so that Callegas could be used to supply water to Callegas during an imported water supply outage. So the dashed line on this map is the portion of the pipeline that Callegas will construct, own, maintain, and operate. And the solid line is the portion of the line that the city would be responsible for. The transfer of ownership would be at Santa Clara Avenue. A portion of the pipeline just southeast of the Santa Clara River would be located on United's property, adjacent to their spreading basins. So if the pipeline needs to be flushed for maintenance reasons, the water would be discharged to these basins, which would allow the water to be used for basin recharge, so that would be a benefit for both agencies, or all the agencies. Okay. So the project objectives is to allow the city, Casitas, and United to receive their state water project entitlements, to enable the city to deliver water to Callegas during an imported water supply outage, to improve city water quality, to provide enhanced supply reliability for the city of Ventura, and to provide a backup supply for the city. And also it could be used for United to provide a backup supply for United's Oxnard-Wainimi pipeline in the event of emergency. So in 1971, the city of Ventura secured rights to 10,000 acre feet of state water entitlement. Casitas and United both secured entitlements of 5,000 acre feet. A portion, United leases a portion of that water allocation to Port Wainimi Water Agency. So this time their entitlement is 3,150 acre feet. As you know, there's entitlement does not mean allocation. Every year, the Department of Water Resources decides on what percentage of that entitlement you can obtain. It's based, of course, on the rainfall and snowpack in Northern California. So for instance, it's obviously been a drought throughout the California this year, and the allocation sits at 5% right now. So if we were connected, our allocation would only be 500 acre feet this year. But like Maria alluded to, there's years when we have a lot of water in the system. And back in 2017, we were still in drought conditions here, but there was an 80% allocation. So, it is variable. And so we hope to take opportunity of having a source that's not dependent on our climate here and take advantage of those times when there is surplus water in the system. The partners, like we talked about, Ventura Water, Callegas, United, and Casitas. As far as funding, we do have draft agreements. They haven't been finalized yet, but it indicates that the portion from Santa Clara Avenue to the city system, there's a cost sharing arrangement between the city and Casitas to pay for that. Callegas would pay for the portion from Santa Clara Avenue to the Callegas system. We hope to get grants to help pay for the project. As far as United goes, like I indicated, a portion of our pipeline is going to go through their property. They are going to, they're working with us, provide easements at no cost. Also, we're going to get to use their spreading basins to discharge water if we have to. So there's a benefit for both of us there. There's also going to be two outlets on the, up to two outlets on the pipeline for United to use in the future as they need. Okay, so as far as an update of where we're at, in June of 2018, we completed a alignment study. Kennedy Jenks Consultants was the consultant that prepared that. The preferred alignment that was identified in that study, we then prepared an EIR. Kennedy Jenks also prepared the EIR. That was certified in August of 2019. The city entered into a design agreement with Stantec Consultants in May of 2020. Other people on the design team are HDR, Frugro is doing the geotechnical, and Bennett Trenchless Engineers is designing the Santa Clara River crossing. So in progress right now. So we've been working on the design, preliminary design, basically since that time. Callegas just recently entered into an agreement with a design consultant, Perello Inglesby, to do start with preliminary design. We of course have agency agreements we're looking forward to finalizing. So next steps is final design permits. One of the long-term permits the city is going to have to acquire is an Army Corps 408 permit, which is a long lead time. So we've just last week completed some borings in Santa Clara River. It took a while. We had to wait till nesting period was over to get in the river to do those. So they'll be able to now start doing the design of that now that we've been able to get the geotechnical borings in the river. Easement acquisition through the unincorporated area of Ventura County. The alignment goes primarily in dirt roads through private property. So there's quite a bit of easement acquisition that's required on this project. And of course, finalizing the various agency agreements we're going to need to make this project happen. So just in conclusion, this project will increase supply reliability by adding a source that's not reliant on the climate of our area. And it's also a disaster resiliency. You know, it does provide emergency connections for Callegas City and in the future United. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Any questions? We are asking if there are any questions. We would be happy to answer those.
Are there any questions out there? Any questions? I didn't see any questions online. So with that, we're going to move on to the next presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you very, very much. Betsy, you keep saying these easements for free. I don't know where you're getting that idea, but just kidding, Betsy, just kidding. I want a free Ventura Online. I'm just kidding. So, you know, incredible. You saw Murray, Miriam, and Betsy demonstrate, you know, the true partnership and collaboration that delivers tangible results. I mean, this is a clear example of doing that. And so we have another very, very exciting project that will make a major impact here in Ventura County. So with that, I'm going to bring back Murray along with our engineering manager, Craig Morgan, to bring us up to date on this very important Freeman Diversion Expansion project. Murray?
Okay. Freeman Diversion Expansion Project. This project is actually, Freeman Diversion is very near and dear to my heart. I've spent a lot of time out there, so I do enjoy talking about it. Just briefly, a little history, and United Water and its predecessors have been diverting water and recharging the aquifers since the 1920s, right near the Freeman Diversion. And we were very fortunate to have this very favorable geology down there where we can literally just take that water out, put it into the ground, and within a day it's gone and it's back down into the groundwater aquifer systems. It's truly amazing. We've been doing it, as you know, as you can see, for over 70 years. And we're still getting, some of our ponds are still getting about 15 feet per day of percolation rates, which are pretty much unheard of in just about anywhere else. And it's not United who's doing it, it's the favorable geology down here. So even though we've been doing so much recharge, this area did experience a lot of seawater intrusion, and it was very well recognized in the 1970s. The State Water Resources Control Board actually came down, did a study, and threatened adjudication of the basin down here. They said, if we don't do any fixes, we're going to adjudicate the basin. So United Water and the Ventura County came up with some projects. One of the projects was the Seawater Intrusion Abatement Project, which is the Freeman Diversion. So in 1990, we built the Freeman Diversion, and as John Lindquist had mentioned, we ended up right then is right about the start of one of the wettest periods on record, and we couldn't have hit it better. They finished the project, Miracle March happened in 1991, and we saw an incredible decade. Overall, even with this last drought, our average diversions still are about 60,000 acre feet per year. And that's water that goes back down to the Oxnard Plain area. And the sustainable yield actually is darn near that number for the Oxnard Plain. So we very much support the sustainable yield of that area. We do this in spite of, we're diverting from one of the most highly sediment-laden rivers in the world. And we're able to do that by just we divert this chocolate milk looking water, we take it out, we run it through a desilting basin, we take out most of the fines, and then we put it into those ponds, into our recharge ponds here, down here, and some way off into the horizon right there is where we put them. The pond that I talk about that gets 15 feet per day is that long one right there, which is fortunately right against the 118 road there. That's the reason why we always preferentially put our water there. But unfortunately, right now, we're gradually, our diversions have been reduced in large part due to environmental flows for the endangered steelhead trout to maintain migration for them. And so as our diversions have been going down and down above or below what was intended for this original project, we need to recuperate that again. And that's the need for the Freeman Diversion Expansion Project. So the idea of this project is going to be, instead of diverting 375 cubic feet per second, we're actually going to double that and divert 750 cubic feet per second. We're going to achieve these diversions when towards the peaks of the storm. So it's when we would not expect steelhead to be migrating. As I mentioned, there is a lot of sediment in our river. And so we're going to be diverting that chocolate milk when steelhead should not be migrating. And then that will allow us to give more water on the back end of the hydrograph for steelhead migration. Also, this project is going to help buffer us against the effects of climate change. As John Lindquist had mentioned, we're going to be expecting higher magnitude storms for shorter durations. So it makes sense to increase our diversion capability to grab the higher peaks of the storms. So again, that'll help buffer us that. And our overall mission really is to combat the seawater intrusion down there, is to get more water into the ground. So this project, again, will be assisting in that. And we've done some really, actually done some things on the ground now. We've done lots of planning and lots of design. And here to tell us about that is our manager for engineering, Craig Morgan.
Thanks, Murray. Yeah, some exciting stuff's been happening out on the Freeman Diversion and Freeman Expansion Project. Been doing a lot of different looks into how we can get this expanded instantaneous water diversion off the river and through to our basins. One of the keys, obviously, is to get the water out of the river. And to do so, we have to do that at the Freeman Diversion. look here at the existing Freeman diversion set up for a 375 CFS diversion. And in order to get 750, well, obviously it has to get a little bit bigger. So we have plans on getting that achieved. And our consultants are looking into designing a facility that will handle that 750 CFS. And as you can see here, we would need to increase the intake. So we have to widen that in order to create an ideal environment for the water to enter our facility. Have to add some canal gates to regulate the flow and enlarge our fish screen bay and add more fish screens to be able to, as the increased flows traveling through these screens, the fish are protected and they respect that they're not sucked against the screen. So we need to have a larger screen area, and that's accomplished through this this aspect here. Currently, we've done actually physical modeling of these intake and computational fluid dynamic modeling of the actual intakes to ensure that 750 CFS can be achieved under all circumstances. So we've on the left there, you can see a physical model, 1:24 scale of the Freeman diversion being conducted by the Bureau of Reclamation at their Denver Test Center. And on the right is just a computer. So we can't give any props to that. In our expansion project here, there's a couple of phases that we're tackling this with. For our existing water right, 375 CFS, there are a couple aspects with our conveyance system that can be enhanced in order to be ready for that 750. So there's a couple things here. If I want to point, the ultimate goal is to get our water down to the Perello Basin. The district acquired that basin quite a few years ago, and there's no current connection to that. So we wanted to utilize that, and that can be our secondary desilting basin where we treat this chocolate milk that Murray and John have spoken about. And ideally through these projects, or through this project, the expansion of the conveyance system, we can achieve that. Going for what we've done. So we actually did eliminate one of the or improved one of the conveyance system facets here. The Grand Canal headworks was swapped out. We were able to increase the capacity by about 200 CFS. And we did that this last spring. Little construction here took out the existing pipes and added some reinforced concrete boxes. And here it is ready for water. Just send water and we will be able to utilize the canal to its potential and then some. So that's some of the pluses that we've or one project that we've done to achieve our goals. We still have a lot left. Phase 2, we'd be adding a series of pipelines and canals and road undercrossings. And in order to achieve that 750 or 750 CFS instantaneous diversion, and we could essentially take the water off the river and bypass our existing desilting basin and get it to the Perello Basin and use that as a pseudo desilting basin, and then decant the water and spill into another set of the partitions. So what's it going to take, or what are we looking at in today's dollars? Currently, the estimate for the two phases is $50 million, with the first phase being completed around 2028. And the second phase being completed around 2036. So it looks like a long ways out, but as we know, it comes up quickly. And we continue to try to attack all the items in phase 1 as we wait for our increased water right and ready for that. With that, open up if there's any questions.
No questions? Good job, Craig.
Good job, Craig. Thank you. Once again, Craig, thank you very much. All this discussion about chocolate milk, just want to remind you that there's refreshments on the side there. And if you want a little snack, you've got some goodies around the corner there. So please help yourself. Up next, I'd like to introduce our Water Resources Manager, Dan Detmer. Also, again, Dr. Brawl and U.S. Navy Base Ventura County's Nathan Jacobsen. And they'll be updating us on the coastal brackish groundwater treatment and extraction project with Naval Base Ventura County. Dan?
Thank you, Mauricio. Here on the title slide, this is our project area down at Point Magoo. It's a fairly complex setting for our project. We have Cayugas Creek, mouth of Cayugas Creek, Magoo Lagoon, the beach, an active military installation, and runways. And this is where we're going to do a major water supply project. Okay, so background, you've heard a bit about this. United's traditional approach and many other basins in California is to fill the basin from the top, try and put more water in the ground than people are extracting. Use surface water directly when we can, distribute that to users, and limit pumping to bring the basins into balance. We've done all those things, we've done a good job, but despite those efforts, we still have a significant seawater intrusion problem in the Oxnard Basin. That's been identified by Fox Canyon GMA in their GSP as the main sustainability criteria that we need to address. So here's a map of the district again. The reservoirs up on top, the basins down the Santa Clara River Valley, the spreading ground areas, and the project area here is Magoo Canyon. We have two deep submarine canyons right offshore, Magoo and Wainimi. They're about 8 miles apart. And this is why our seawater intrusion happens so rapidly. There's a short circuit there between those confined aquifers and the ocean. And so when we pump water levels below sea level, we have a very direct response with seawater intrusion. So here's those spreading grounds at the top of the basin, ideally situated at the mouth of a big river system. And here's some groundwater elevation contours. This is spring of 2011, our last wet period locally. So we have a large recharge mound surrounding the recharge basins, radial flow out towards the coast, water levels above sea level in most all the basin. We're down to 10 feet above sea level here. And then more recently, it looks very different. So following a period of drought, we have sea level, our sea level line, as Murray mentioned earlier, is way up here about 10 miles from the coast, quite distance from the coastline, and a very flat groundwater gradient across the basin and minus 10 foot elevation all the way along the coastline. So the ocean's at sea level and we're at minus 10 just onshore. So we have a very strong onshore gradient. And the shaded area here is our interpretation of the inland extent of seawater intrusion in the Oxnard aquifer. It's a long linear feature. I mentioned it comes in at the canyon mouths, but if you look at these contours, when we wet up the basin, the contours sweep around. And so a big intrusion front will come in here and then it'll get pushed down the coast. We've kind of painted that whole coastal area. So we have a very large inland extent in the ocean, in the Oxnard aquifer. So what we're proposing is an extraction barrier, and most people are probably more familiar with an injection barrier. That's a common strategy in Southern California where there's a lot of wastewater to work with, especially. Here we have an awful lot of farmland too, and their tailwaters does not go into a collection point where it could be reclaimed. And we've done a good job using available water supplies, but it's very difficult to get all the way around that inland extent. That would be an awful lot of infrastructure, an awful lot of wells to encircle that whole inland area and try and hold that at bay. So what we're proposing is an extraction barrier, and there's a couple of advantages. You need a lot fewer wells, and you don't need to know exactly the inland extent because you're pulling all that back towards the well field. And so now that seawater that was a problem, we're looking at as a source of recharge and a source of water that can be desalted and put to good use. And one of the key advantages is for saltwater intake is there's no end of pipe or open water intake that's very difficult to permit with the biological concerns. And so that infiltration into the aquifers is a very slow process. It's not going to impinge any organisms on the seafloor. And also controls the gradient in the basin. John will talk more about this in a bit. And it pulls salt out of the basin as soon as we turn those wells on. So a lot of good things. We do have to deal with pumping salt water out of the ground. That's hard on the wells and the infrastructure, but we can design around that. Okay, here's a skip ahead to some of our recent modeling results. The coastline has been reoriented. So here's Wainimi up on top. This is the orientation, our model grids, about 26 degrees off north. Now here's the Magoo area. So what I want to show you here is a couple things. These are our solute transport modeling. The red tones are the seawater high chloride zones. The blue is the inland extent. That's about 100 milligrams per liter of chloride. And this is our base case. So this is the driest period. This is 1965. So about 35 years into our simulation period with recent pumping activity. We have, a lot of seawater intrusion here loading up in the southern basin. If we turn our project on, we simulated 4 wells down near the coast. You'll see there's a lot of these cooler tones, and that's a lower chloride concentration. That's pulled chloride back towards these wells. And so now that depression that I talked about, that artificial depression, really the drain to the whole basin that we're put right on the coastline. And so all the water is flowing towards that, both from offshore and from onshore. And that's the main strategy here. In the other scenarios, the lowest groundwater elevation is somewhere inland. In this case, we have some wells leaking water to lower systems. But normally when seawater intrusion approaches your well, you move back or you drill deeper and you keep running away from it. And what we're going to do is take a stand right at the coast and pump there and keep pulling that back towards the coastline where it belongs. And one more thing to note here, through our TAC process on our grant, we've had some people say, well, you're not going to dry up your neighbor's wells, are you? And no, we're not. The water level declines are relatively modest. In this example, about 10 feet lower between the project scenario and the no project scenario. So we think our neighbors are going to be fine. Those model results you just saw, that's a groundwater flow model that was developed by Dr. Jason Sun, our principal modeler here on staff. That work was supported by a Prop 1 grant. So thank you, water boards, for that. It's a planning grant. The majority of that work was revising our existing groundwater flow model to do this solute transport modeling and refine the grid, and also to remap the geology in the project area. And then here's a cross section down in the project area. This is a cross section, the coastline's on the left and the cross section's pointing due north. And as I mentioned, we're going to pull water out of the Oxnard and Magoo aquifers. These are the shallowest confined aquifers. And we have this unconfined perched aquifer that overlies these aquifers. It's fairly thick in the project area, but the confinement is fairly thin. And so more inland, we have more clays that separate these aquifers. In the project area, it gets a little thin, and that's one of the things we're concerned about. The idealized flow for this project is we'll have salt water coming from the offshore area and brackish water coming towards those well screens. And as we continue to pump, more and more fresh water will approach those wells from the inland areas. And we're trying to maintain that flow offshore in the perch zone and not promote undue downward flow from the perch zone. So here's some of our mapping. The Navy shared all their boring information that they've done over the decades, and well borers, borehole information, borehole. Sorry, Nathan. I don't think this is boring at all. So we've contoured that confining, we call it the layer 2, and it's the confining zone between the upper unconfined aquifer and the Oxnard aquifer. And it gets a little thin down here where we want to pump, and so we're really taking a close look at not creating undue vertical leakage. And so that's one of the challenges for a bigger project in particular. But one of the advantages, and our thinking's come around in the last year, we want to put these wells right on the coastline where we have this natural seawater density wedge. So the seawater is denser than freshwater. It rides down underneath the freshwater flow system. So if we have leakage in this area, because we're pumping the confined aquifer below, we want it to be salt water that leaks down and not fresh water and causing any downwelling. So that's our objective here. What's next? I mentioned we just finished these models. So we've recalibrated this groundwater flow model. The Prop 1 grant is, like I mentioned, a planning grant or a feasibility study. And so we're going to run a range of scenarios here. And we've modeled about 5,000 acre feet of pumping each year is enough to prevent breakthrough through the drought cycle. So it might pull past our well field by a little ways, but we're going to get that back in the wetter periods when the water levels are higher. These examples I'm showing here is simulating 10,000 acre feet a year of pumping. And we're going to move those wells around, simulate bigger pumping, maybe twice that, 20,000 acre feet, and see what happens to the system. So we need to conclude that grant work by the end of this year. And so we're working hard to make those demonstrations, and we're working with the TAC group through our grant process. We've also proposed additional work in the round 3 Prop 1 grant. That's an implementation grant. So we're proposing a phase 1 pumping scheme where we can actually put production wells down in the project area and pump them and create those vertical gradients, because there's no existing wells there in these areas that have been intruded for 60 years to work with. So we need to put in some production wells, stress the system, make sure it doesn't leak, and then we can go ahead and add more wells and build the treatment systems that are required. But the treatment is a huge investment, and we don't want to do that till we know it works. We're coordinating these efforts with the local regulators, which is Fox Canyon GMA, of course. They're the GSA for the basin. Also some of the state board staff and regional board, DDW, and of course the Navy, our partners. Okay, and now finally, I'm going to show you one of our initial simulations. These are those same color schemes I mentioned earlier, where the red is in the canyons. This is where the seawater is entering the aquifer systems in these submarine canyons, both at Magoo and Wainimi. Here's our project wells. I'm going to start this video. It's 1 minute long. And what you're going to see here is the initial period was a dry period. The basin water levels fell. And you'll see that blue extent moving inland in the dry period. But while you'll see now in a wetter period is that seawater coming back towards the coast. So the tones are they're getting cooler here with less chloride in the flow system, and they're staying warm here, as in our base case without the project, we have continued intrusion in the project area. And this is a 50-year simulation. And this is just a base case with no other projects. This is simulated independently of some of these other projects. And John will talk about how we're integrating some of these results as we fine tune the scale of these projects. So as the simulation ends, you'll notice we've pulled the seawater in front and back towards those production wells significantly here north of Magoo. See that inland extent is much less than it was compared to the no project alternative. And John will talk a little bit more about this with his basin sustainability optimization things. Yes, thank you, Director. This dark line here is the basin boundary, the coastline. So once again, this is Wainimi Harbor, Wainimi Canyon, the Magoo area, and the Santa Monica Mountains. So we're at the very south edge of the Oxnard Basin. With that, I'll answer questions. Or we can wait till Miriam's done. With that, I'll reintroduce Dr. Brawl. Thank you.
Let's not forget about the second part of this project, which is the engineering, which is very important part of the project, as well as the water resources and groundwater modeling. Of course, and in the eyes of the engineers, this project is not only really critical for the region, but also very interactive. It requires a lot of resources internally. We are working with water resources, as Dan represented, and also our environmental services department, who has been instrumental to guide us through the upcoming environmental efforts. So environmental permitting efforts. As far as the engineering is concerned, we have been working with the Navy, specifically Nathan here, to look into the options for locating this project at Point Magoo. Dan explained the concerns about the vertical movements of contaminants, potential contaminants through the aquifers as the aquifers are being stressed. And therefore, our focus has been to establish a comprehensive water quality database and establish a baseline that basically serves two purposes. One is to evaluate or help us to evaluate the treatment need. And the second one is to establish a baseline to address the regulators' concerns prior to any extraction activities. So for doing so, back in June last year, we identified 3 of the existing monitoring wells and selected them for groundwater sampling. And you will see that the data that we have received paints a very kind of big contrast picture in what we are collecting in terms of water quality from the coast area to the monitoring wells outside of the seawater intrusion zone that it is indicated here. So what we are trying to do is to kind of like develop a range of water quality parameters that we need to address through the treatment. We also started a comprehensive desktop analysis and modeling that updated this conceptual treatment process that started modestly with just looking at some of the RO manufacturing software models to identify what would be the water recovery through a RO process. But as we have looked further and deeper into the water quality parameters, we realize that we are facing high elevations or concentrations of iron and manganese in the aquifer that needs to be treated prior to the RO process. As Dan indicated, as the extraction is going on, the water quality, or the raw water quality rather, changes from being seawater, high saline, to more like brackish. So this RO treatment process is not like a kind of like conventional typical RO process. It has to accommodate seawater treatment in the beginning, and as the years go by, it needs to allow treatment for more brackish water. At the same time, we are also looking at the product water quality goals, and we want to be as flexible as possible. So through our agreement with the Navy, we are going to produce product water that meets the drinking water standards, but we also want to go beyond that and provide the remaining of the product water beyond the base and for other users, and even the small water systems that through, let's say, a single well could not really maintain their drinking water supply. And lastly, inherent to the RO process, we know that there will always be a brine concentrate to deal with. So we have been looking to kind of like project the brine concentrate quality, and we are hoping that through those projections and better understanding of the process, we can utilize the Caygas salinity management pipeline for brine discharge. We have done several visits to the Point Mugu, and through the initial processes, we have also been looking at locating a suitable location for the future treatment plant, and also considering the location of these extraction wells, whether they are along the coast or more inland at the base. We are working with the Navy to strategically locate those alignments for raw water collection that's indicated with this green line, the product water alignment that would deliver drinking water to the existing Point Mugu distribution system, or I'm sorry, the drinking water system, and also kind of like taking the pipeline beyond the base for delivery of water elsewhere on the Oxnard plain. And I believe John is going to talk about those distribution system alternatives and share with you what our findings are. And lastly, the brine concentrate will be, hopefully, taken to the nearby Cayugas salinity management pipeline, and we have been talking with Cayugas for a possibility to have a connection point to this pipeline. And at the same time, we are also developing more understanding of what this brine concentrate would look like. We have been very fortunate to receive a tremendous amount of support for this project. As Dan indicated, John talked about, this is a very critical project that could help us to basically maintain or meet the sustainability goal. We received a letter of support from the Commander of Navy Region Southwest in November 2020 in support of this project. And recently we received letters of support from the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency and Naval Base Ventura County as part of the effort for grant application to DWR Prop 1 Round 3 that would allow us to install extraction wells and new monitoring wells at the base. There has been a lot of work done since the last Water Sustainability Summit #1. I wanted to just highlight a couple of activities back in December 2020, where we were in the midst of COVID. We managed to have a field reconnaissance together with Nathan to look at the proposed locations for the extraction wells along Beach Road or along the coast. That was very important because during that time we were looking into location of these extraction well fields and whether it would be better to be along the coast or perhaps more inland at the base. And in March 2021, we had an opportunity to visit the Navy's local desalination testing facility, a facility that hopefully going to house the near future bench testing and pilot testing. And again, earlier this year, in collaboration with the Navy, we interviewed qualified consultants who could help us conducting initial studies in preparation of the CEQA and NEPA permitting process. Looking ahead, in 2022, we are planning to prepare the bench scale and pilot testing plan, and we are very hopeful to enter into a memorandum of understanding between the Naval Base Ventura County and United. We have been talking about the project benefits plenty. What I would like to emphasize again is that by implementing this project, we will have a reliable, a viable local supply and a drought-proof project. It would allow us to diversify the regional water supply portfolio, and it would certainly provide a very superior quality water, not only to the Navy, but also to the stakeholders on the Oxnard Plain. Before I hand it over to Nathan, I would like to thank our team, my team, the team of engineers, water resources, geologists, hydrogeologists, and the environmental services department, because without their help, this project could not come along that far, and we have done a lot so far. So I hope you are as excited about this project as we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Nathan Jacobsen. I'm very pleased to represent Naval Base Ventura County in support of this project. It's something that we've been talking about for a number of years, and it's coming forward only through the expertise and all the incredible scientists and engineers and geologists and hydrogeologists associated with United. So we are very pleased to be a part of this project and wanted to continue our support with this project. As part of it, it started initially with just brief conversations. I know that previously there was a couple of other ideas for this brackish project that did not get wings and move forward. But this is really, we're very lucky to have be situated. We are near Magoo Canyon and therefore are able to provide the support for this project. It initiated with the Prop 1 support for the feasibility study, and we provided some letter of support, and then as part of that feasibility study, we are moving forward with other support mechanisms, as Miriam alluded to, with a memorandum of understanding, as well as a long-term real estate agreement. We continued our Prop 1 efforts with the round 3 letter of support that was shown earlier, and we're looking forward to that type of implementation of this project so that we can actually see some of the cause effect of this project via actual data. As part of the implementation efforts, as it was discussed earlier, some of the local facilities that support the Navy mission are very important to Navy operations, and also can provide support to this project in identifying the proper treatment methodology, different treatment technologies, and then identify a better pre-design such that all project costs and schedules and everything else can follow suit. Secondly, would be the on-site aquifer testing associated with the implementation. That is essential to gain further support from our regulators as well as our local agencies, such that we can identify a way forward without impacting any of the local perched water and moving down into the production aquifers, as well as the ongoing pre-engineering support as identified during surveys, as well as subsurface alignments and other aquifer testing that can support this project. So in summary, I just wanted to just outline that the Navy mission here in Ventura County is very important to the big Navy, and we really want to support anything that can provide the community with a better understanding of how we, the Navy, can be a part of a project and support something that can help the overall community. It helps our resilience and helps maintain our mission such that we can maintain our presence here in Ventura County. So with that, I think we have our partners, and then we'll open it for questions.
Thank you, Nathan.
Go team.
Thank you. I guess seeing no questions.
Right, great.
Yeah, thank you guys very, very much. Yeah. You never know when opportunity knocks, but if you're moving, sometimes you get lucky and run right into it. And that's what happened with this project with the Navy, having Captain Jeff Chisholm come out for a facility tour here at United, just meeting him along with some other naval representatives, started talking, about water sustainability in this region, then moved to a trip to San Nicolas Island, and then on the Navy base, talking about what success looks like. And through the great effort of Nathan here and some very effective coordination and our great team, we're moving towards that. So we're super excited. Next up, our senior engineer, Mr. Robert Richardson. He's going to provide an overview of the current state of recycled water here in Ventura County. Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Guardado. I understand we're a little advanced in our schedule, so I'll need to fit a 10-minute presentation into about 0 minutes. I'll do my best. But thank you for that introduction. Yes, thank you. Recycled water. Just to provide an update on regional activities and progress we've made at the district. Next slide. There we go. So what are the types of recycled water? I think you're all familiar with recycled water in your daily lives. It comes from a wastewater source from urban water, either residential, commercial, or industrial. And in the state of California, there's about 7 million acre feet of water used in the urban setting. About over 700,000 acre feet is used as recycled water, and there's about 800,000 acre feet planned in the next few years for recycled water projects. And I'm going to talk real quick about the types of recycled water. There's 3 different types identified in the regulations, and this is somewhat of a simplification. There's disinfected secondary, which removes settleable solids, and you can use that for irrigation of non-edible food crops. Disinfected tertiary, which you can use for irrigation of food crops, and advanced treatment, which is where all the innovation is occurring right now in recycled water. That's removal of dissolved solids. And you can either use that for irrigation of food crops or indirect potable reuse. So groundwater augmentation, reservoir augmentation, and in the near future, potable water augmentation. So what does recycled water look like in the Oxnard Plain? Well, we're fortunate that we just went through a urban water management plan update in 2020. So all the agencies throughout California had to update their plans as a requirement of Department of Water Resources. And this information is a very valuable tool in planning water supplies and demands throughout the state. And here you can see a map showing 6 major facilities surrounding the Oxnard Plain. And I'm going to talk about it in 2 halves, the south and east portion and the north and west portion. The southeast, you have City of Camarillo, Camarosa Water District, and City of Thousand Oaks. And then in the northwest, you have City of Oxnard, City of Ventura, and City of Santa Paula. And all of these are tertiary, disinfected tertiary recycled water with 1 treatment plant, that's the City of Oxnard Advanced Water Purification. And what you can see is the orange bars representing wastewater collected and the purple bars representing recycled water. And you see very high utilization in the southeast portion and plenty of opportunity in the northwest portion of the plain. And to summarize that, again, there's about 45,000 acre feet of wastewater that's collected surrounding the Oxnard Plain. Over 14,000, or about 32%, is utilized as recycled water. And so again, there's tremendous opportunity to use recycled water here. Now, not all of that can be used. You need to expand treatment, and especially if you go to advanced treatment, some of that wastewater is discharged as brine concentrate. Of course, there's a lot of progress going on in the plain right now. A lot of projects that are planned are already in construction. So just to note a few, this isn't all of them. City of Camarillo has Proposition 1 funds to build a recycled water storage reservoir, and that could potentially increase their yield by 1,100 acre feet. City of Oxnard has Aquifer Storage Recovery Project and Wainimi Road Phase 2 pipeline, both of which are under construction, and that could potentially increase their yield 6,000 to 12,000 acre feet per year. City of Ventura is embarking on the Ventura Water Pure project that will add advanced water purification that could potentially increase 3,000 to 4,000 acre feet per year. And City of Santa Paula is also working on plans for an advanced water purification facility that could potentially increase by 1,600 to 2,000 acre feet per year. So what can United do? United doesn't have any wastewater treatment facilities or wastewater collection facilities. But what United does have is significant conveyance and storage facilities, so we can move that recycled water across the plain. So imagine this project, if we were to interconnect our pumping trough pipeline system, which distributes irrigation water to over 5,000 acres of farmland, with the Pleasant Valley County Water District, we could move recycled water from City of Oxnard, City of Camarillo, Camarosa Water District to the PTP system. And in fact, it's something we're working on right now. We completed a conceptual design. The pipeline would be approximately or less than a mile long, about 24-inch in diameter with one channel crossing. It's a relatively simple project. Just how much recycled water could the PTP system use? Well, if you look back to 1993, there's really two major sources of water. That's surface water represented in the orange bars and groundwater represented in the blue bars. And during normal years, we could take about 1,500 acre feet of recycled water to replace groundwater pumping. Or in drought years, where we're heavily reliant on groundwater, replace about 5,000 acre feet per year. Of course, we understand there's variable and seasonal demands, but there's always constant demand in the PTP system. So on average, we could take about 600 acre feet per month. And during the peak season, which is right now, about 1,900 acre feet, up to 1,900 acre feet. So what have we accomplished to date? 2017, we received conditional approval for recycled water distribution and use from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And in 2020, we received a grant for construction of the pipeline from the USDA NRCS. And in 2021, we've been in direct collaboration with Camarosa Water District, City of Camarillo, Pleasant Valley County Water District, and City of Oxnard. And on the left there, you can see the City of Oxnard constructing their Wainimi Road Phase 2 pipeline. And our next steps, continue those collaborations. We will complete our conditional permit requirements. One of the things that we have now is certified cross-connection control testers in-house. Complete the preliminary design and start the CEQA work and engage with our stakeholders to make sure this is a successful project. So with that, I thank you for your time. And I don't know if there's time for questions.
Thank you very much, Robert. At this time, I would like to welcome Oxnard City Council Member Bert Perello, who has some remarks on behalf of the City Oxnard Recycle Water Program.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much to United for the opportunity to speak. And it's a privilege on my part to address your organization on behalf of the City of Oxnard at this forum, which we're all working together to chart the course forward for our community. The City of Oxnard applauds United Water for assembling us together today to discuss ideas for how we can increase water supplies to the basin, mitigate seawater intrusion, and reduce the potential for drastic cutbacks that will be otherwise required. The city is encouraged by the progress United has made on building the modeling tools that will allow for the evaluation of potential projects. We are excited to be working with United to also evaluate the benefits of incorporating more recycled water into our local and regional water supply portfolios. I believe the extended use of treated recycled water is key to our community's survival. One of our challenges, however, is that the law regarding recycled water hasn't caught up with the science in California. We're hoping to see some critical and legislative changes in the near future that allow us to inject and blend our recycled water. With that legislation and with the collaboration, I know we can be successful in pouring sufficient water into our region's future. Oxnard is committed to working with all regional partners, including United Water, to look toward new water supplies and to evaluate the impact on our basin and on our community. The best way for us to serve our communities is to work together, to identify and evaluate projects that we can all get behind to fund and implement. Today is a positive step in that direction. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and it's a privilege on my part to represent the City of Oxnard, willing to work hand in hand with anyone to solve these issues going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Member. We really appreciate that and the continued partnership with Oxnard moving forward. So we got about 17 more projects left. Just kidding. So next, so you've seen these projects. We've got a lot of progress, a lot of moving parts. I'm going to call John Lindquist back up here to talk about how to best optimize all these projects as we move forward and navigate through them. There's a great plan. There's a lot of good information there. So with that, John.
Thank you, Mauricio. And this is going to go fast. You've seen some tension already between the engineers and the geologists. I'm in the geologist camp, and I've got a lot of optimism, but not nearly as many facts as the engineers. Luckily, we have a lot of great modelers, and a couple of them, Dr. Jason's son in the back, is he here right now? Can he stand up? I'd like to applaud him, Dr. Hansen, if he's here, some folks working on this behind the scenes, and then Dr. Bram Serku, working on surface water distribution modeling. He couldn't be here today, but these are all important folks working in the background and doing the real work that I'm just going to arm wave a little about here. And so I'm going to move pretty quickly because everybody will want to take a little break and then move on to the next phase. I'm going to talk about optimizing the projects for maximum yield and benefits in the Oxnard and Pleasant Valley basins. Again, where our challenges are greatest. And this is the graph I showed, or the map I showed earlier with the projects. And for folks who were here last year for our, was it last year? The year before, for the Water Sustainability Summit #1, you probably noticed these projects have evolved a little, but they're still the same basic projects. And if you remember my graph from earlier, this shows sustainable yield and how we build up the projects. And there's a little gap here because I haven't added optimization in. I'm going to talk about that briefly before we talk about how these all come together. And what is optimization? Well, it comes down to, we have these steady producers, recycled water and coastal brackish in the south. And we have these occasional producers of huge amounts of water in the north. And it turns out that when you do all that modeling, whether it's the groundwater modeling or the surface water distribution modeling, it's a bit of effort to make these projects work together so that we can produce a reliable, continuous amount of water every year in the Oxnard Plain and Pleasant Valley basins. It sounds easy. You stack these little averages up and they look great, right? Hey, this all adds up to 40,000. It turns out that it's a little trickier than that, but we think we have a good solution. And that really relies on continuation or extension of our current process where we store water in the ground and we pump it back out. So optimization consists of a couple of key features: new extraction wells in the forebay to create that storage space and deliver more water down south, to expand these conjunctive use projects in the PTP, the pumping trough pipeline areas here in the yellow, and the PV County Water, Pleasant Valley County Water District areas over here on the east in the orange. And another key aspect of that we think is going to be to minimize pumping in the swim zone. It's my preferred way to call the seawater intrusion management area. We've all known about for years that we need to cut back pumping. And then maybe this is where recycled water can really come into play. Another challenge has been, well, exactly how do we get this coastal brackish water? We're talking 6,000 to 12,000 acre feet per year, minus 1,500 acre feet for the Navy. How do we get the remaining 4,500 acre feet to over 10,000 acre feet up north to where it can be used by these other folks? And we've looked at a few pipeline options. Actually, I should credit Kennedy Jenks. They're here today. They did a fantastic job on short notice of putting together some preliminary options and costs for us. So we can understand what we could do here. So brackish water, again, is going to be down here near Point Mugu. Used to be Naval Air Station. I got NBVC Point Mugu now. We looked at possibly just delivering it strictly in the coastal zone through a pipeline network like that. Maybe pushing it over to the OH pipeline and using an existing pipeline, thinking that might be a less expensive way to get it delivered up to the north. Delivering it to the PPTP system through a pipeline, or delivering over to Pleasant Valley County Water District system through a pipeline. And a big challenge with all of those is we have wet seasons every year. And sometimes we have real doozies of wet seasons when there's no demand. But brackish water, like recycled water, you've got to keep going every day, every single day. You've got to crank out 500 or 1,000 acre feet per month, and there's no slowdown. So if it rains all February, we don't want to waste that water. That's where the optimization comes in. So where we're leaning now, and we want to talk to our stakeholders and partners about this, but a pipeline all the way to the north doesn't cost very much more than even the cheapest option delivering down here. It allows us to deliver water to each of these systems from the top, just like they were designed for, which makes it a lot easier to implement. But also when it's raining, we can deliver it up here to our El Rio or Satacoy spreading grounds to recharge, and it's extremely clean water. It's going to benefit water quality and all the disadvantaged communities that rely on groundwater up here in El Rio. And or we could deliver it into the OH pipeline for the cities of Oxnard and Port Hueneme. And at that point, I guess the Navy won't necessarily need it, but right now that OH pipeline also feeds the 2 Navy bases, Hueneme and at Point Magoo. So this looks like a great option to optimize this major source of the kind of a cornerstone project for everything we've talked about today. And when you put all these projects together, what do they achieve? Do they give us sustainability? That's the big question. And the biggest sustainability indicator that everybody's worried about here in the Oxnard and Pleasant Valley basins is seawater intrusion. So this is a different look at the seawater intrusion front that Dan showed earlier. And today the seawater intrusion front is about where these little green dots are. They're hard to see. If we implement these projects, this includes all projects, but I'm going to focus down in the south where we have the extraction wells and where the seawater intrusion fronts are. We actually draw that seawater back away from where it is, freeing up square miles of aquifer and bringing fresh water into those zones, expanding the storage for everybody to use. So it's a great option. This is the Oxnard aquifer, the uppermost aquifer, the Magoo aquifer, basically the same story. I want to give credit here though. So here we're drawing the seawater intrusion in the Magoo aquifer back at least a mile and freeing up that aquifer, making it fresh water again eventually. We always had a challenge with Port Hueneme. Remember, there's a seawater intrusion front coming in from the Hueneme Canyon area. Fox Canyon GMA has really been helpful in suggesting injection wells, and they had their consultants look preliminarily at this. So now we're thinking maybe we could inject water in this area. We've modeled it, and it indeed pushes the seawater back out towards the ocean. So kind of a combination. It's not just brackish water extraction anymore. It's a combo project potentially that would get us where we need to go. I'm just going to touch on the deeper aquifers. I'll say this. The Hueneme aquifer, the third useful or principal aquifer in our system, about 800 feet below us, below our feet today. We're still working on exactly where we put injection wells there. Our groundwater flow model that's being updated by Jason Sun, this revised model will give us a lot better control. So we're still working on this relatively minor problem, but we're sure we can get that solved here in the next couple of months about stopping seawater intrusion there. And finally, the Fox Canyon aquifer, just like all the other ones, with a little bit of extraction, we can draw that seawater intrusion back in and free up and make our aquifers fresh again. So all very good news. So put it all together. What are we looking at in terms of project yields and benefits? Because the benefits are more than just supply and sustainability. I've got those numbers here. These are the numbers that everybody else reported. Adds up to 40,000 acre feet plus. So that's fine. That's great. That's absolutely what we need. But it does so much more. Let's talk about making them resilient and drought proof. A lot of these projects are drought proof supplies. They're cranking away year after year, whether it's a drought or not. Water quality, a lot of these projects by purchasing more state water project water or Freeman expansion. These are all better sources, cleaner sources of water than we have in our groundwater today. They're going to improve conditions throughout the area, including for our disadvantaged communities. So you'll see water quality lines up pretty well with helping disadvantaged communities. Two of these projects are have big potential for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. You think about it though, coastal brackish, if we can align this with new solar powered plants or wind turbines, some of the newer energy sources, maybe in several years, even that project, which uses a fair amount of energy, maybe it will be a net reducer for greenhouse gases. That's the hope for the near future. I mentioned they all help disadvantaged communities, preserve farmland. Every single one of them does. Low cost for water. Some of these are lower cost than others. That's a benefit. Here's a schedule for getting them online. And I guess my biggest point is here, when you add all these up for the combined benefit, we're checking every single box that I think the people of the Oxnard Plain care about. If there are other issues that you need to worry about or that you're worried about that you want to fix, let's talk about that in the future, how these projects might benefit those as well. The big question at the end of the last Water Sustainability Summit that we didn't have a solid answer for. What about costs? And honestly, that's an important thing. So here I'm just looking at capital costs for each of the major projects that we're talking about: brackish, Freeman, optimized. Some of these are dirt cheap. Purchase more state water project water, for example. All you have to do is buy water. We don't need any infrastructure for that, or not significant infrastructure. And recycled, what we're talking about, our little part of the recycled part of the water supply solution, as Robert talked about, is low cost, although admittedly some of the cities, they're going to have to invest, it sounds like, and they're interested in investing. Brackish water looks expensive. What we really need is grant funding. And if you imagine up to 50% grant funding, maybe we can't get that much, but we're going to see costs drop significantly. For the capital, this is all doable conceivably, but I think most people have been interested, well, what does it mean on a per acre foot basis? Can we afford this water? If you look at the cost for just the new water, that 40,000 acre feet, the average cost, you add up all the yield and all the costs and divide it by acre foot for that 40,000 acre feet. Here's what you have to pay in capital costs. And here's the O&M cost. And that adds up to $1,200 an acre foot, which seems expensive. It's actually less expensive than if you exceed your allocation, the fees or penalties for exceeding the allocation within the Fox Canyon GMA. So it doesn't sound so bad when you consider it in light of that. If we get grant funding, then we're down to $1,000 an acre foot for that new water. But really, this water is going to be good for the entire basin, and especially that brackish water, if we deliver it to the north, is going to be used by everybody. So if we do what United has done for the last 50 years plus, and we consider this, we treat it as a replenishment fee. So everybody that's pumping water from the basin will help contribute to improving basin conditions. So we divide that 40,000, now we're dividing the cost by the 90,000 acre feet that people are pumping today. Then we're talking somewhere in the range of $400 to $500 an acre foot as an additional replenishment fee, which seems a lot more doable. So we see this as having a lot of potential. And in fact, looking at when the projects come online, this doesn't hit all at once. This isn't next year suddenly replenishment fees have to increase $400. We're talking about a ramp up of replenishment fees over the next 10 years. This isn't something that everybody has to open their pocketbooks tomorrow for. It depends though. It's hugely dependent on getting some support from regulators, legislators, and support in getting grants, and also in stakeholders telling us what they really need, where they need that water, what quality they're looking for, because a lot of these projects can be tailored. They can be downscaled or upscaled to meet your needs. So we hope to have a lot of interaction with all of you. Real quick, achievements just on the optimization front. I'm going to go through these really quickly. These projects have been developed through this Oxnard and Pleasant Valley Basin stakeholders process that the Fox Canyon GMA set up. Very valuable. Thank you very much to everybody who contributed. We've demonstrated that sustainability is feasible while we're meeting current demand. We're not talking any ramp downs or cutbacks in water supply. And we've already begun, like I mentioned, design of basin-wide distribution improvements. And finally, next steps, we need to work on that coastal model to finalize that seawater intrusion barrier. And most importantly, we need to engage all of you. We hope this continues so that we can optimize this to meet your needs at a reasonable cost. Thank you very much.
John, could you back up to the slide where you're talking about showing
I think so. That'll just take 5 or 10 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. This one. Oops. Sorry, I did it again. Yeah, we've been purchasing more water, state water project water for the last 4 years. So, hey, that's good. We're already doing that. Freeman expansion, we've already started phase 1, 2028, phase 2, 2036. Coastal brackish, we want to get probably phases. Phase 1, we'd love to get done by 2027. Recycled water, it's already going. We already have recycled water, but the little project that Robert talked about, so we can use an extra 1,500 acre feet to 5,000 acre feet, we could potentially get that done by 2023. Optimizing pumping, that's something once we get these other projects going online, we don't really need it till we get those other projects. So looking at maybe 2025 to 2026. Does that answer your question? What's that? Oh, thank you.
That is a great news message. Yay.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
As you're extracting the salt water to get it off the coast, do you have to also pump fresh water in there to force it out? Or does it naturally just flow in?
Yeah, naturally, we're going to create a southward gradient. So fresh water already existing in the aquifers to the north will flow south towards those extraction wells. And yeah, it would be, I mean, it's not entirely natural. We're inducing that gradient, but we don't have to add water other than to replenish, you know, what in the forebay, like we've talked about through some of these other projects.
And so you have to, after that, you have to maintain a certain amount of flow downward towards the ocean to maintain or keep the salt water out.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've modeled that, and all these projects together, they do that. Well, while raising, I'll add this, we haven't had a chance to talk about it, while raising groundwater elevations throughout the basins overall, which benefits everybody. It reduces greenhouse gas, energy consumption, and costs. So it's a pretty impressive program. It's innovative. I had doubts a couple of years ago when people first started talking about it, but it looks like a really good program.
Sounds great.
Any additional questions? All right, and with that, we move on.
Thank you very much, John. Really good news. All of these projects, obviously take, significant partnership, and we actually have Aqua, Association of California Water Agencies member, a very influential partner, not here just locally, but again, throughout the entire state of California, that would like to address participants in this summit. And with that, I would like to introduce Kathy Green. Kathy, welcome.
Well, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all as a candidate for Aqua Vice President. I'm both humbled and honored to have been unanimously chosen by Aqua Nominating Committee for its recommended slate. Additionally, over 40 Aqua members from north to south, east to west, ag, rural, and urban have passed resolutions supporting me for Aqua VP. I ask that you consider the many reasons that uniquely qualify me to serve you as Aqua VP. First and foremost, my vision for Aqua is to embrace its own motto, bringing water together, which for me is about unifying Aqua members and working collaboratively with diverse stakeholders to find smart solutions to the challenges we are now facing. Listening, learning, and working together to ensure all member views are considered and all member suggestions are addressed will be a priority for me. As for my qualifications, I have almost a decade of Aqua service, including executive committee and board, and serving Region 10, where I am currently chair, with several terms as chair and vice chair, as well as service on several Aqua committees, such as water quality, energy, and state ledge. I am the only Aqua VP candidate who has been elected 3 times by the public to the member agency board that has nominated me, where I have served over 10 years, including as president and vice president. And I was unanimously nominated for Aqua VP by all 9 of my fellow Orange County Water District directors. My experience extends beyond water, which will serve me well in my role as Aqua VP, including serving 2 terms as mayor of Huntington Beach, in addition to serving on the city council, as well as various city and county boards, commissions, and committees. I'm a registered nurse and hold a law degree, and it's been my privilege to address public health and safety, as well as environmental issues. Pam Tobin was going to address you today, but unfortunately she is on a plane right now, and I will pick her up later. She supports my candidacy. I support hers. We have worked closely together over the years on Aqua's executive committee and board, while serving all members with equity, integrity, and transparency. I look forward to connecting with each of you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And in closing, respectfully request your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kathy, and Aqua is going to play such an instrumental role as we navigate through making good, sound water policies. So we look forward to continue to cultivate that relationship. We are now shifting from our project progress to our legislation and regulatory panel discussion. With that, I'd like to now introduce who really needs no introduction, but I'll do it anyway. Our moderator, Lynn Rodriguez, with the Watershed Coalition of Ventura County and leading the Irwin program, who will introduce our panel participants. Lynn?
Okay, thank you, Mauricio. This has been a great session so far. I'm glad I was able to be here for all of the presentations and looking forward to this next phase. Thank you very much for including me today as the moderator for our special hour coming up with our honorable legislators and or their staff to answer some questions that we have for them. I first have to say, it's just the last time I was in a room with this many people indoors was the last summit a year and a half ago. And it's really good to be with everybody again. And it's been a long time since I've seen anybody's face or seen you three-dimensionally instead of two-dimensionally on a Zoom screen. So this is great. Just a little introduction about myself. I am the project manager for the Integrated Regional Water Management Program, which some of you are familiar with, and it has been for us a successful way of bringing in funding for all the projects like the ones that you've been hearing about today. So far, we've brought in about $94 million in state funding from that IRWM grant. Some of that was referenced earlier in some of the other projects that were mentioned. We've leveraged $154 million of local funding in match for that money and 42 projects. And we've been doing this since 2004. So that program has really served us well in building relationships, adding to the relationships we already had with one another. I worked in Ventura County back for about 11 years back in the 80s, and then came back in 2005 to work on this program. So I've been working in Ventura County for most of my career, and really appreciate the opportunity to keep working with everybody. It's my great privilege to introduce our three legislative folks that are going to be here to enlighten us on their thoughts about water, about sustainability, about funding, about the roles that they play in the legislature. So very excited to introduce them. Why don't you all sit down? We have one person online, but I'll start with introductions. I'll start off with our Senator, Honorable Senator Monique Limón, who some of you already know her. She was in the Assembly prior to serving in the Senate. And we're really grateful to have her here. She's also a friend. We served together as education supporters and advocates, and also not at the same time on the Santa Barbara Unified School District Board. So we go back a ways, and I have just great respect for the work that she's doing in her elected roles at the state level. And she does have experience working on water issues. So she's no stranger to the subject matter, and did a lot of work in the Ventura River watershed, helping out with some of the discussions about future supply in that watershed when she was in the Assembly. So welcome, Monique. We're so excited to have you here today. And then I'll introduce, Silvio's name came to my mind. I don't know why. This is not Silvio's wife. This is Wendy Motta. I've also known her over the years as well, and she is here representing our US Congressman Salud Carbajal. And I'm not saying the numbers of the districts. I don't know if anybody really. 24. And you're with District 19. And then we also have online, you can look at the screen up there and see Sharon Wagener, and she is here representing US Congresswoman Julia Brownley. And as you've heard from the comments earlier today, we've had a tremendous amount of support in the legislature for projects in this area in the past. And I know going forward in the future, we'll continue to get that support from them. So we are very excited to pose a few questions to you today. If you don't mind, I'm not going to read the bios because I know you are, first of all, well-known, and I know we want to spend the time answering questions. So let me just get right into it. And I have a couple of questions. I'm going to start off with you, Senator Limón. What is happening in Sacramento to address water supply challenges such as climate change and delta conveyance?
Thank you, Lynn, and thank you everyone for having me. that's, Sacramento, we have been having a lot of conversations about water. And Sacramento is also a place where water policy and water politics intersect in a really deep way. I've often said that water is certainly not a partisan issue. It is very much a geographical issue. That is how it is approached. And very often, our votes, our ideas for policy are shaped from where we're from and the water issues we see there. And I wanted to start off by saying that because I think that a lot of my comments throughout today's conversation will reflect my perspective on water based on the district that I represent and the needs of the district, which can certainly differ in other districts. A couple, there's been some time now, I think for a few years that we've been talking in Sacramento, not just about the shortage of water and the need for water, but also about who has access to drinking water. What we have seen in California is that sometimes it is our communities of color, low-income communities, our rural communities that have the least access to drinking water. And so what came out of years of conversation in 2019 was the Affordable Drinking Water Fund. And that is something that tried to address the issue. I think some of you may recall the moment where Porterville in Central Valley had to have water shipped in bottles because they had not enough. And when I say water, I'm not talking about a few cases. It was quite a bit of water that needed to be brought to a farming, rural, predominantly Latino community. And I think that when those moments happen, they do tend to shape some of the work we do in Sacramento. So members of the different caucuses, the regional caucuses, brought forward this idea of affordable drinking water fund, where community water systems and technical assistant providers could come together to work with nonprofits, public utilities, mutual water companies, tribes, and all to try to find ways to use these funds to ensure that people in California have access to clean water. So that's been, I think, one of the things that we've seen in the last couple of years, or at least since I last was here and I last presented. Additionally, this past year, we saw that we have the Delta Stewardship Council adapted its vulnerability assessment just in June of this year. And they're certainly working on a report that will include more strategies for adaptation planning for the many impacts of extreme weather. So that is something that is very important to us. And they are also working to involve stakeholders in the process to try to define what their recommendations are going to be, not just for us as legislators, but certainly for water agencies as well. So those, I think, are some of the more recent developments of what's happened. I think often I get the conversation of what's happening with the Delta tunnels, and I think you may have a question coming up about that. So I can address it now, or I can do it there, but certainly that is going through an environmental review at the moment for the one tunnel, not the two. But we understand as legislators that about 27 million Californians, that's a lot, 27 million in a state of almost 40 million, rely on imported drinking water. So that imported drinking water comes through the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. So those have been difficult conversations. I think our governor has weighed in and tried to weigh in on how we want to address that. But we do hope that the EIR that's being conducted will be completed in 2022 to determine how we move forward with the one tunnel idea. So will all of this happen fast enough to reach our communities, whether it's the funds, whether it's understanding what's going to happen with the deltas? It's hard to say. I think that as someone who represents the district, I mean, people need water now, and we're certainly hearing that. But I also know that these conversations have been years in progress, in Sacramento. But overall, I would say that those are kind of the three big areas and recent developments in Sacramento.
That's great. Thank you. Next question is, as you know, we are in another severe drought, or maybe the other drought never finished. What policy changes and funding initiatives are being considered by the legislature as incentive to incentivize innovative water supply approaches? Things like cloud seeding or direct potable reuse, which we heard a little bit about today, stormwater capture and treatment, things like that.
So there's a couple bills that are 2-year bills. And just to remind everybody what a 2-year bill is, when we as members of the legislature introduce bills, if you introduce it in an odd year, that's the beginning of a 2-year cycle. And the 2-year bills are bills that did not make it through in the first year, so did not make it through 2021, but are still eligible to be heard. One specifically is SB 351, and that creates the Office of Water Innovation. And what we've heard from the ground, from our locals, is that we do need, the ability to think creatively about what partnerships look like, about what resources look like, especially in light of drier conditions and more limited water. So that is a bill that didn't make it through this year, but we're also trying to understand how we can not just capture, but use technology to better utilize the water that we do have, and to better ensure that that water is getting to our constituents. The state board is also currently, the state water board is currently working to adapt the uniform water recycling criteria for direct portable reuse. And that's came out of a bill in 2017, an assembly bill. And that we hope we will have, again, some recommendations in 2023 about what those, what will come from adapting to the recycle water. And I think that that's a piece that is of interest, I know, to the district in particular. And we will, again, wait to hear from the State Water Board to see what their recommendations are. And one other piece that is, I think, a piece that relates to funding, and it's been ongoing. I was in the Assembly 4 years, and this is my first year in the Senate. And all 5 years that I've been in the legislature, we've had on and off conversations about statewide bonds, and as it relates to water. And right now we have a conversation around climate bond, and we can't have a conversation about climate bond without, of course, including a segment to water. What makes these conversations tricky in the legislature is that we all come in with our ideas of what it would take for us to support putting a bond on the ballot. And there are times where too many members want too many things, and and all of a sudden a bond that seems like a large amount of money becomes a very narrowly focused on 100 different ideas, which we know will be hard to sell to the public. So I think that is one of the pieces, this climate bond idea that comes in and out of conversation. We didn't get it out this year. We didn't get it out the last year either. And so I do expect that conversation will continue. We have both vehicles in the Assembly and legislative vehicles like bills in the Assembly and in the Senate that are trying to determine what we're going to do about climate. And of course, that's going to include thinking about water, dry conditions, and the lack thereof, right, in our communities. So from my perspective, those are some of the potential policy changes that we may see that will come out of these areas.
Thank you. And thank you for the explanation of how the bills work, because I think that's important for people to understand. And I think from earlier time, I don't know if you were able to hear this morning or the earlier presentations, that some of these innovative things are actually being proposed and worked on in this area. So it's great to have that sort of partnership on the funding side. Okay, now let's move to our next representative, Sharon Wagener, who's the Legislative Director for Congresswoman Julia Brownley. And she's online with us. So if you look at the screens, I was going to ask you a few questions next. So first of all, can you update us on the federal infrastructure bill and how that might benefit regional water supply projects?
Yeah, of course. First, thank you so much for the invite to participate today. While Congressman Brownley was not able to attend, she asked me to convey her appreciation to United Water Conservation, to the board and to the leadership for all the work that you're doing to ensure that Ventura County has access to affordable and to reliable water supplies. Congressman Brownley knows how critical water is for the entire region, and particularly important to our local agricultural economy in Ventura County. So, so thank you for inviting me to participate on behalf of the Congresswoman. With respect to the infrastructure bill that is currently pending in Congress, I hope you'll be happy to know that the bill includes significant resources for Western water infrastructure. In total, there's about $8.3 billion in that package for water infrastructure programs through the Bureau of Reclamation for fiscal years 2022 through fiscal year 2026. And that includes funding for a wide range of projects. There's a little over $1 billion in the bill for water storage, for groundwater storage, and for conveyance projects, of which there is about $100 million that has been set aside specifically for small surface water and groundwater storage. There's a little over $3.2 billion in the package for the aging infrastructure account, which is dedicated for major rehabilitation and replacement of assets, including for facilities that have critical failures or who need major reconstruction or rehabilitation of dams. There's about $1 billion for rural water, $1 billion for water recycling and reuse projects, of which that money is split between large and small and mid-sized projects. There's also resources in the bill for water desalination projects and for studies on water desalination, as well as for dam safety. There is $400 million in the bill specifically for water smart grants. And some of that money is set aside specifically for projects that have natural or nature-based features. There's also resources for watershed management projects, for aquatic ecosystem projects, and for projects that improve watershed health. So there's quite a bit of resources in the bill. And right now we are waiting for that bill to be considered in the House. I think, Congressman Brownley is very hopeful that we're going to be able to get it across the finish line soon. And once that legislation is signed into law, those resources will be available for state and local water agencies to apply for grants. Certainly Congressman Brownley would be happy to advocate for any grants that local water agencies in Ventura County, especially United Water, apply for. So we would be happy to do that.
Thank you. We certainly are in an unprecedented time with funding flowing in great numbers from both the state and federal government, and we appreciate the update on what's happening with infrastructure. I'm sure we're all holding our breath to see when that finally gets through. So thank you. Next question, what is being done in Washington to address climate change, wildfires, and other threats to our water supply?
Sure. Well, I appreciate the question. This is an issue that's really important for Congressman Brownley. She serves on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, the Natural Resources Committee, as well as on the Select Committee for the Climate Crisis. So addressing, the threats posed by the climate crisis, including drought and wildfire, are really important to her. As you may know, last year, the Select Committee produced a report. It was a comprehensive report that identified specific steps that Congress Congress and the federal government should take to address a range of climate issues, from improving agricultural production methods to investing in water storage and reuse, to enhancing grid reliability and addressing the resilience of physical infrastructure to withstand the threats of the climate crisis. Right now, we are considering a variety of legislation to implement those recommendations. Chief among them are the two packages that are moving through Congress right now, the infrastructure bill that we just talked about, as well as the budget reconciliation package, which will include additional resources and funding to address the climate crisis, funding for renewable energy and energy efficiency, as well as research funds and tax incentives for the adoption of renewable energy and energy efficient technologies. In that package, the House Natural Resources Committee also included additional resources for drought relief. There's over $1 billion in that package in the House for drought relief. There's also funding in that package for wildfire management and climate resilience and restoration projects, as well as funding for large-scale water recycling projects. So together, the infrastructure package and the budget reconciliation package, we hope will do a lot to address the threats posed by the climate crisis. In addition to those two bills, the House Appropriations Committee is working to advance the fiscal year 2022 funding bills. A highlight of what's in that package for fiscal year 2022, the bill would provide a significant increase for the Bureau of Reclamation. The total funding level in the House bill is $1.9 billion, which is about $413 million above the budget request, and a significant portion of those funds are dedicated specifically to address Western drought issues. On the wildfire side, I also wanted to mention, back in 2018, we passed some legislation out of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee called the Disaster Recovery and Reform Act. And that bill included some provisions that kind of placed an emphasis within the federal government on pre-disaster mitigation. And it created a new program called the Building Resilient Infrastructure Communities Program. And that program is designed to help states and local communities undertake hazard mitigation projects and reducing risks from disasters, including natural disasters and wildfires and droughts. So, that's an important program that Congresswoman Brownley is also supporting in the fiscal year 2022 cycle.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to our final representative here for Congressman Salud Carbajal. So Wendy Motta is the senior district representative for Mr. Carbajal, Congressman Carbajal, and we're happy to have you here today. So the question for you, first question would be, what resources are available to public agencies and municipalities to identify the best possible financing opportunities for major capital improvement projects?
Thank you, Lynn. First of all, I would just like to thank United Water for inviting our office to be here today. It's great to see you all. And as you know, Congressman Carbajal grew up in Oxnard, loves this community, and still loves to come down here. And we work very well with Congresswoman Brownley's staff and State Senator Monique Limón staff. So I think we're very fortunate here to be on the Central Coast and have such a great team, as well as Assemblymember Bennett. So it's really great for our offices just to be able to pick up the phone, to talk, to think about things cooperatively. And I'm really appreciative of knowing so many of these individuals. I have actually known Lynn a long time. So it's great. And To talk about funding sources federally, there's a number of agencies that administer funding like Bureau of Reclamation, EPA, USDA, and HUD. And some of these funds, of course, can be sought after directly from those agencies, and other funds go down to the state. And then, of course, you would work with the State Department of Water Resources. So there's the State Water Drinking Revolving Fund and other funds. There's also the WIN grant that is very important to small and challenged communities. So those funds will be available this year as well, of course. And as was stated, we're looking at Congress is looking at beefing up these funds and making them more available, larger amounts, because we do need to address these issues. And our office is always willing to help with any support of these grant opportunities that you seek, and also provide you with any type of insight on what you're looking for and where to go for it. Like USDA does amazing work and have funded many things rurally. So anytime you need anything, feel free to check in with us and we can assist you.
Thank you. Between the two of you, covered a lot of the federal sources of funding, and that's great. Do you want to add something to Monique?
I do. So the state actually, one of the questions that I would often get asked when I first started in the legislature was, how do we get funding for X, Y, or Z project? And this was both in the private sector, but also very much in the public sector as well for municipalities. So we have actually legislated a bill that created grants.ca.gov. It's modeled after the federal portal. And the reason I share that is that because for California, some of our grant opportunities, including for water sustainability projects, are part of this website. We ask all of our agencies to put any funding opportunity on this portal to ensure that any municipality, any, again, private or public sector that would qualify for these projects would be able to apply. So I just thought that I would mention that since I had not previously mentioned it. And I was listening to our federal representatives talk about the funding opportunities. So want to make sure that that's on your radar.
Actually, thank you for mentioning that. That's a great source of information. And all you need to do is go and sign up, and your inbox is filled with grant opportunities. So maybe more than you have time to apply for, but it is a great resource, as is the federal grants.gov. So thank you for mentioning that. So last question for you is, what is the legislator's role in preserving our water supply for future generations?
Well, many of you may know that Congressman Carbajal sits on the House Infrastructure and Transportation Committee. So he directly works on these issues on a regular basis, as does Congresswoman Brownley. And so his job is really to look at innovative ways to further the ideas of expanding infrastructure, and as well as making sure funding is in place. As you know, it's a struggle each year to ensure that, to work it all out in Congress. That's why I'm so appreciative to work here in the district. I feel like we can be very effective here on the ground when things are moving a bit slow back in DC. So, but his work on the House Infrastructure and Transportation Committee is very important, and he has some specific legislation that he signed on to related to dams and also grant opportunities for water.
That's great. Thank you. We didn't ask you all, but thank you for answering that about what's something he sponsored. Do either of you two have bills that you've sponsored specific to water recently that you want to share?
I've been part of the bond conversations for the state, the climate bond conversations more recently. So that's kind of where I'm spending some effort. We'll see what comes out of those conversations.
How about you, Sharon?
Yeah, and from Congressman Brownley's perspective, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that last year we were successful in getting legislation through Congress that modified the FEMA High Hazard Dams program to ensure that the Santa Felicia Dam is eligible for that program. So that would be the major bill that I would want to mention.
Oh, thank you.
And if I could, I'll just specifically address the bills that he's authored. One is the HR 3751, which is the Clean Water Infrastructure Resilience and Sustainability Act. That would provide 75 million of grant funding for fiscal year 22 to 26. That's something that we're working on and has been inserted also in directly in appropriations. And then he also is a co-author of HR 4375, which is the 21st Century Dams Act, which would help rehabilitate dams and ensure our water structure is in place. As we all know, our dams are aging and it's time to get them, making sure they're secure and safe for our communities as well as doing their job.
Oh, thank you for adding that. So now I have a couple of questions I'm just going to pose to the group and you can answer as you like. Let's start with what legislative or regulatory changes do you see coming as a result of the current drought and the likelihood that dry periods like this will become more frequent and severe? Do you think you haven't already sort of talked about that? Is there anything you would want to add?
From the state's perspective, I don't know exactly what will come, but I think it's very likely that we are going to see some regulatory changes brought on by the drought. We have seen, we understand some of these regulatory changes. We've lived them before, but I think that we are also at the state level wanting to ensure that whatever regulatory changes happen, they take into consideration what we learned about the last drought and how those regulations impacted our communities in many ways. So I think that we're going to potentially see that. I know that, GSAs across the state are still completing their management plans and others are just beginning that implementation program. And so that's something that's being considered. And in response to the last drought, California has certainly increased our spending when it comes to water projects. From 2013 to 2017, we spent about 3.3 billion just to increase water supply and improve infrastructure. And so some of these investments, I think, were done with the idea that they would not just be for the drought then, but for future droughts. And now we are living yet again another future drought. So I think that those are elements we'll see. The 2021 budget that we just passed also had some of these elements included in there. And, whether I think you are all experienced, but, we could see things, and I'm not saying that this is what we will see, but we could see things like exempting some water projects from CEQA, State Water Board approves less diversions, reductions in urban water. I mean, those are some of the elements that we've seen in the past. Again, I'm not saying that is what will necessarily happen, but I think we should all be prepared we all should be prepared for the fact that some of the same regulations may apply. But I also think that the state, like I said, wants to learn from the last drought. And there is a really good report. I don't know if folks have had a chance to see it, that the Legislative Analyst Office put out. What can we learn from the state, how the state responded to the last major drought? That I think will influence legislation. And that's a public report that's out. It's our Legislative Analyst Office, I think, put it out May of this year, May of 2021. And there are very specific recommendations for the legislature. And so it's a matter of whether the California legislature will adapt some of those. And some of those also include where I think elements we heard from several of you, earlier leads, longer, lead times for local agencies, having more dedicated staff at some of our agencies to prepare for this type of work, and of course, improving our timeliness for forecasting data. So those are just some of the elements. And again, I am sharing what's out there publicly, but in no way are these the final things that will come down. These are just some of the things we may hear about.
Just a quick follow-up, since you're the state representative here. Do you know, I haven't heard that the 8 counties that were not included in the drought declaration have been added. Is there any, do you have any information about that? Because we're not part of that.
Right. So our office has been working, in terms of Ventura and Santa Barbara County, to make sure that we are reflected. We're always in a unique place, I think, in our counties, but I don't have an update as of that. I think in our state, we work on a multitude of issues, and then something like a 16,000 acre wildfire will happen, and then that's the priority. And it changes a little bit of the water conversation, but I'm happy to follow up and get that to you, Lynn.
I do understand that the trailer bills that came out clarified that drought relief funding is available to all of us, regardless of whether we're in that declaration. So it's maybe a moot point, but it still seems important that all of the state be included in that declaration.
Absolutely. And from my perspective as a representative, I think that the declaration, our ability to access funding is one element, but also what regulations, or regulatory direction we have as it relates to the drought, including some leniency, is another element, right? Like the policy that comes with some of this, I think is another element that we're looking at as well.
Thank you. Did either of the rest of you want to address potential legislative or regulatory changes that you see coming?
Yeah, sure. I'll take that question if we've got time. So at the federal level, I think we can expect that various agencies are going to be taking a critical look at infrastructure proposals to ensure that new projects meet high standards, to address the crises that we have. And in particular, this past week, the White House Council on Environmental Quality announced its plans to update the National Environmental Policy Act regulations. And specifically, the White House CEQ announced that they would have a 2-phased approach to NEPA modernization, which I'm sure you all know NEPA applies to any federally funded project. The first phase of the review will consist of 3 kind of narrowly tailored changes to address the 2020 regulations. So first, CEQ is proposing to restore the requirement that NEPA reviews consider all impacts of proposed projects, including direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts of projects. Second, CEQ has proposed to restore the agency's authority to determine the, quote, purpose and need for projects, and to work more closely with local communities to evaluate potential project alternatives. Third, CEQ is proposing to restore the principle that NEPA should be a floor and not a ceiling for federal agencies as they review projects. And they want to establish some procedures for agencies to focus their project evaluation criteria on resource-specific issues. So for instance, if the Bureau of Reclamation were evaluating projects, they might want to add in some criteria that are specific to, drought and water management that, might not make sense in the context of a Federal Highway Administration project. But this new process will sort of give agencies that authority CEQA just published this notice of these regulatory changes in the Federal Register, and there's a couple of upcoming public hearings that will be virtual events so that the public has an opportunity to weigh in on the proposed NEPA changes. In addition to the first phase changes, CEQ plans to have a second phase where they are going to take a more comprehensive look at how to modernize NEPA. And specifically, they plan to focus on ensuring that NEPA regulations are science-based, that they're transparent, and that there's significant opportunity for public input and for evaluation of alternatives. I think the goal CEQ has is to, not only to modernize the regulations to take into account the known impacts of the climate crisis, but also over time, they hope that the new regulatory regime will reduce litigation so that projects can proceed in a timely way. So that is, a major change that's coming down the pike at the federal level.
Well, thank you for that explanation. And I'm sure that raises great interest and maybe concern, I don't know, from the United team because they have a lot of federal projects. So thank you for that explanation. Anything, did you want to add anything?
The only thing I can say is, I think during this time, we're also aware that, especially those of us who have lived on the Central Coast a long time, that yes, we do see droughts come in 30-year cycles, but we are seeing very different times, I think, now. And as was mentioned, we're going to get more severe rains in a shorter amount of time. We're going to get longer drought periods, very likely. So I think, it's always smart to be innovative, and sometimes it does take a change in regulations. But I think that with the guidance of President Biden and Governor Newsom, we can be thoughtful and look forward to making our environment more sustainable and providing quality water to our residents, which is very important. And all of our offices, definitely Congressman Carbajal is always wanting to hear from you. So any input you have on these regulations that may be in the works or your thoughts, please always feel free to reach out to us.
Thank you. So we have about 5 more minutes left we'll just maybe take one more question from this list, which I know you've all seen. There's a lot of stuff in here, and we really appreciate everything that you're sharing with us today. Maybe we can combine a couple of questions. Interested to hear your perspective on the priorities now for really serving underserved communities and tribes, and in California, the Human Right to Water Act, and similar federal initiatives. Can you talk just a little bit about how you see that going forward?
Right. And so I believe, and if I'm looking at not just water issues, but almost every other environmental issue that I can think of at the state, there is definitely a legislative desire to prioritize our underserved communities. And so I think, California with being, among the first in the nation to guarantee that right for clean water for our constituents. I mean, you will see more of this. I think that right now I'm just seeing it in so many legislative areas. And what that means, I think, for those that are on the ground and thinking about these water policy issues is, Ventura and Santa Barbara County have a lot of the populations and the target communities that some of these potential opportunities or grants or directives are asking us to look at. Now, we may not have the population that Los Angeles has, and so sometimes we feel a little bit that, they're not thinking about us, they're really thinking about some of these urban areas. But I can tell you that as someone who's been heavily involved in these types of conversations on many policy issues, I am a very big advocate of do not forget communities that don't look like LA, but who also have the population that you are targeting. So, you know, our underserved, low income, working class communities. And, you know, I reflect on just my time in the legislature and how I was working with, you know, SOMIS on trying to get clean water right there. And we needed to find some funding to update, you know, the infrastructure. And, you know, we were able to do that. And part of what made that particular initiative successful for me as a legislator is that I was able to take back to the state and to my colleagues, this is exactly the projects that we need to be able to fund, to be able to support that meet our state goals. So I think that be prepared. You're going to see it in almost every grant application from now on. It'll be rephrased or phrased in different ways, but there certainly is a priority to ensure that our underserved communities are also going to benefit from any water project, water infrastructure, you know, quality, clean water, all of the above. So be prepared that you're going to see and hear more of that in the future.
Thank you for that. And I just want to add quickly that we have Proposition 1 funding for disadvantaged community involvement. And we are not competing, we are in the same room with the LA County folks, and we are holding our own with getting the resources and the funding for our region at a proportionally higher per capita basis than you would expect. So we're fighting to get our fair share of that funding in Ventura County. So.
And I agree. I don't compete with LA. I just like to remind folks that not every county is LA.
Thank you. Do either of you, Sharon and Wendy, have anything to add?
Yeah, sure. I'll take that. Well, I'd like to, you know, kind of echo Senator Limon's comments. I think at the federal level, there is also an interest in ensuring that the work that we do in a variety of different areas addresses the needs of underserved communities. I think, you know, from water policy to housing policy to transportation policy to workforce development policy, you know, there is a push in Congress to address these issues. And throughout the budget reconciliation proposal that's working its way through the House and Senate right now, there are resources and a focus on getting resources to underserved communities. And, you know, I think that the workforce development stuff, I just want to maybe highlight a little bit, because I think this is a cross-cutting topic, you know, across so many industries, including in, you know, water supply and delivery. We need folks trained for the careers of the future. And that includes, you know, folks who understand hydrology, folks who understand engineering, you know, folks who understand all of the work that you do at United Water. And, you know, this workforce development, getting those resources to communities so that we can, you know, get folks trained for these jobs of the future is really critically important. And, you know, it goes beyond water policy, but certainly, you know, that is an emphasis and a focus that Congresswoman Brownley has in Washington.
Thank you. Wendy?
Yes, I can say that, you know, the reconciliation bill is very important for this. And training, as Sharon said, is essential. My old boss, Jack O'Connell, who you know probably well, was always in the forefront of training for getting folks on the ground and into the workforce. But I also wanted to mention the Water Infrastructure Improvements for the Nation Act, the WIN, which will be reauthorized, and I'm sure so that funding should be in place, and that specifically will address small and underserved and disadvantaged communities. So that is funding that's there, and hopefully that will be expanded upon.
Thank you. So, yes. Yes.
Actually had a question. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank our legislative delegation, both in the State House and federally, for their access and their willingness to help in all kinds of situations. in better times when we could meet in person, we would meet in person, but now we meet remotely and they're always accessible. Congresswoman Brownley and Sharon in particular, as her aide back there, has just done amazing work on the dams legislation. It was a Herculean effort to get that through, as well as Senator Feinstein at that particular time was very helpful. And the Salud and Congressman Carbajal has just been fantastic and always helpful. And as you have Senator and also Jacqui Irwin, who's not here today, Assemblymember Irwin is just fantastic. So I just want to thank you all for your accessibility and your continued hard work for the district.
So now we go to questions.
So first question is, I have read that Santa Barbara County and the counties of Orange and some of LA County, San Bernardino County, and Riverside County together are in the process of using seeding the clouds or the ground the next 5 years for increased rain. Is the Ventura County looking at this program?
The last time I looked into that matter, because I had previously worked in Santa Barbara County where we've done cloud seeding for many years, the answer was it did not financially make sense and it wasn't hydrologically something that made sense to do. But I am not with the County Watershed Protection District. And if there were somebody here from that district or anybody from United that has a better answer.
Are there any other questions? Yeah, no? All right.
Do we have time for, there is a couple more on here that, or one more?
One short one.
Okay. One more question on regional collaboration, because I think that you're seeing in this meeting, this is a regional collaboration conversation. And we did have a question here on how do you support regional collaboration for water stewardship and infrastructure through programs such as IRWM or other programs that emphasize working together?
I think from my perspective, our role as legislators has in some cases been to try to convene conversations or pull the different entities together to be able to have those conversations. Certainly, we've done that in Ventura County quite a bit, to be able to do that. But I think that there's also issues in terms of regional, conversations that raise. They're very difficult. But they are important to do because I also think that for a community like the Central Coast, Ventura and Santa Barbara County, very often when I'm able to take back to Sacramento any level of collaboration on some of these very complicated areas. Santa Barbara and Ventura County are oftentimes at the beginning or ends of different connections to a lot of different things. And so the state's very well aware of that. And I think that the conversations at the state level have been a little bit more productive when I am able to show that there are regional collaborations to address broader issues. Now, not all the time, but I think that especially if there are unique situations that require an intervention with the state agency. So I guess I will share that. And certainly, there are, projects that we're all going to have to think about, right? With Matilaha, Ormond Beach. There's real issues that we still have to think about that are going to be important to our district. And while they may be in one area, they are, of concern and of interest to the region. So I guess I will say that.
Thank you. Either of the rest of you want to say anything about that?
Yeah, sure. So I think from a federal perspective, like Senator Limón said, members of Congress have an incredible opportunity to be able to convene experts and really gather folks who can engage meaningfully. One other way I think that members of Congress can play an important role is in ensuring that federal agencies that need to engage in these collaborative efforts, that they have adequate resources and adequate staffing and adequate expertise so that they can engage and they can review projects in a timely way so that, that projects aren't slowed because of a lack of resources at the federal level in terms of agency reviews. So, that I think is a critical factor in moving forward with regional collaboration on water and other infrastructure projects.
I'm sure that's music to everybody's ears to hear that.
Well, what I heard today, it sounds like United Water is doing a great job with collaboration, and I'm very pleased to see that. I think that's key to work forward for our communities to ensure we have this sustainability, so that we ensure that we have our water availability for our communities. And as was mentioned, we also work to facilitate meetings at times, and folks reach out to us, sometimes independent individuals, and we'll gather federal agencies to a meeting. And I find that's very productive when we're all sitting around a table to work out any differences. And usually we always find a way to move forward. And so I always invite any of you to work with us, to all of us, because we all do it, to work with agencies if you're having problems collaborating. But I'm very pleased to see you are, and looking forward to all these exciting projects. And I'm a big fan of recycled water. So I'm so glad all this is happening. So anything we can do, please let us know.
Well, thank you all for your participation and your preparation for this conversation today. And please join me in thanking them.
For taking the time to join us today. Some great information. I know there's such busy schedules, and for you to take the time out to participate here, we really appreciate it. Thank you. So the next panel relates to our regulatory side, and we have someone that has come all the way from Washington, D.C. to moderate this panel. With that, I would like to introduce as the moderator, former Congressman who now chairs the Federal Public Policy Practice at Foley and Lardner in DC, Mr. Dennis Cardoza. Welcome, Dennis.
Thank you, Mauricio. If we could have our panelists come on forward. I just wanted to make the previous mention of the fabulous work that the state and federal delegation is doing on our behalf, particularly Congresswoman Brownley, that represents the lion's share of this area. She has really been very helpful to this agency, and we've established an incredibly positive working relationship, and it's great to have her there. And I want to, before we go on, this is the last panel today, and I'd really like to thank the staff and the team at United Water. They have done an amazing job putting this all together, and I think they deserve a round of applause for their hard work. I'd also like to shout out the board of directors, because without the solid leadership of Mauricio and the board of directors, none of this would happen. And thank you for having the wise choice of employing me. But more than that, the good work that you do for the community. Could the board stand up and take a bow? Because I think they deserve it. I grew up in a farming family. And even though my dad left the farm in 1960 and built a bowling alley, every time we would have a slow soaking rain in my hometown community of Atwater, California, my dad would mention every single time that it was $1 million rain. And when you look at the board up there and you see the recycle projects and the other things that this district is doing, you start to put a value on every single one of those drops. And my dad's comment about $1 million rain. And it really is important that all the government agencies work together to sustain this asset that you've achieved here at United Water in Ventura County. And so all of you who are working so hard to do that, I applaud that. And I'm really pleased that I can moderate this panel of regulators and folks that really do help sustain that effort. Today we have Jeff Dinsmore. Did I say it right, Jeff? From the Division of Drinking Water. We have Sharon Tapia, Chief of the Division of Water Resources, Division of Dam Safety. And we have Frank Blackett, Regional Engineer for the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Thank you all for being here today. Can you all tell us briefly, we'll start with Frank here at this end since he's closest to me, what your agency's mission is and the role in the water industry?
So the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has a wide span of responsibilities. But for me, in the Division of Dam Safety and Inspections, we ensure or do our part to ensure dam safety of projects that are licensed by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So we, in San Francisco office, deal exclusively with dam safety rather than anything with the electrical reliability or things like that. So in very brief terms, so that's why I'm involved with the United Water and Santa Felicia Dam. That project is a licensed FERC facility, and I work closely with Miriam and her team on that project.
Thank you, Frank. Sure.
All right, thank you. I work at the Division of Safety of Dams, and it's commonly known as DSOD, as you heard in some presentations today. And we are a regulatory agency that is under the umbrella of the Department of Water Resources. And the Department of Water Resources is also a dam owner, but we are a complete and separate entity from that side of the house. We keep it very separate. And we are responsible for the regulation of dam safety for almost 1,240 dams in California. And these dams are non-federally owned and operated dams. And our mission is to protect the public against loss of life and property damage from dam failures or unintentional releases from dams.
Yeah, this area certainly knows that with the history of the dam that failed previously. And I think that your agency is somewhat of a direct offshoot from that calamity. Jeff?
Thank you. I thought being in person, I wouldn't have to worry about my mute button. I hear you're on mute all the time. I still got to worry about that. Anyways, I work for the Division of Drinking Water, and we are primarily responsible for the regulatory oversight of public water systems, which includes inspections, enforcement, and permitting. That's the field operations branch. The Division of Drinking Water also has many other branches, and we work in funding. And there's some technical programs branch up in Sacramento that also helps us out with new and emerging technologies. And I did write down what our mission statement is to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of California's water resources and drinking water for the protection of the environment, public health, and all beneficial uses, and to ensure proper water resource allocation and efficient use for the benefit of present and future generations. So we're pretty busy.
Yeah, you sure are. I have a funny just anecdote, and I want to ask another question of you, Jeff. But when I was a political figure, we did a lot of polling. And the number one thing that polled in all the polling I did, it was universal every single time. It was almost always the same percentage. 97% of the population thought very much that the number one issue was clean drinking water. And I thought that was always interesting because it's not something that politicians talk a lot about, but it is absolutely on the minds of their voters and their constituents. The thing that I think is funny about that is I was wondering what the other 3% were actually thinking about when did they want dirty water? But anyway, thank you for what your agency does. The first question is to you. What is being done to improve access to fresh and clean water in disadvantaged communities from your agency?
Okay, that's a great question. And I think we've done a lot in the past 10 years, even more since we've moved to the State Water Resources Control Board. Before that, we were under the California Department of Public Health, and we were just a small little agency under that huge, or a small little division under that huge agency. So we have a lot more visibility now under State Water Resources Control Board. And it feels like we have a lot more resources too. And one of the things that we're really concentrating on is access to fresh drinking water in disadvantaged communities. One of the things that was mentioned earlier is our human right to water. And California became the first in the nation to say that is everybody's right. So California is moving forward without, precedent on that, which is, I think, is very brave and very awesome. So this human right to water initiative has a website that interacts with our water quality database and all our district offices and identifies water systems that have water quality violations or any other violation that is getting into the way of them providing fresh drinking water to their customers. So the second part of that is another division was also created, or another section was also created within the Division of Drinking Water. And it's our resiliency division or branch. And they are helping us with boots on the ground in a section called SAFER. And that's stands for the Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience. So the SAFER folks are supporting the district when we go out to disadvantaged communities that aren't providing water that meets water quality regulations to their consumers. And they help bring in more resources than we as a field branch had in the past, which has been really great. It was very overwhelming as just the field branch to try and tackle these issues. And now we have the support of Sacramento and the SAFER group. And we're bringing in resources such as engineering support, environmental support. They can do community outreach. So we have a lot more tools at our advantage now to help these disadvantaged communities get safe drinking water.
Thank you. The second question we have for you is about the current drought. It's a historic drought for our state. And we've seen the charts that were presented earlier about salt water intrusion in times of like this, when there's not as much fresh water coming down out of the mountains. It's a difficult situation for a lot of the agencies that are represented here today. What advice do you have for these agencies to stay ahead of the crisis, or stay ahead of the emerging water quality issues that face the agencies?
That is a great question. And I've taken some notes down. I thought you might ask me that. So I think it's really important to stay in front of upcoming regulations. Some of these regulations have very big financial impacts. And if you are surprised by one of these regulations, then you're already too far behind. And it's very hard to catch up. Agencies such as American Water Works Association or Aqua, who you've heard from earlier, are excellent organizations to help you stay in tune with the direction the water community is going. And they also have really good resources for you to explore potential treatment and plan ahead for what might be coming down the road. Locally, I do an annual regulatory update with the American Association of Water Agencies of Ventura County. There probably are other opportunities to do that locally. We also are very interested in talking to you about regulations. It's what we do. We're regulation nerds. So if you want to call our office and ask us about what is happening in the regulatory arena, what should we be prepared for, we're very interested in talking to you about that. It makes our lives easier too if we're better prepared for these upcoming regulations. The other thing I'd say, you're mentioning drought, not just regulatory changes, but climate change and what that means to moving water around. I think it's really important to reach out to your neighbors and do it early and often so that you both know what you have and what you don't have and how you can help each other out if something were to happen unexpectedly. You already have a plan in place. And I said it already, but engage with us early and often. The Association of Water Agencies of Ventura County just invites us, just asks us to come down and give a regulatory update. It helps our office. We would be happy to do it for anybody. If you guys want to invite us to your office to give a presentation on current and upcoming regulations and how to be more resilient and sustainable, we would be happy to do that. It's really important conversation to have now so that we're better prepared for the surprises ahead.
Thank you. Now we have a couple questions for Sharon, but before I ask those, I just want to say to you, Sharon, that you've done just an amazing job of consulting and counseling our agency. And we would have never passed the federal legislation that allowed Santa Felicia to qualify for the high hazard dam program if you hadn't been there and sort of guided us along. So thank you for your work. Oftentimes, those kinds of efforts don't get applauded as they deserve, and we really appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Sharon, the question to you is, dams are vital to California as they provide a wide range of economic, environmental, and recreational benefits. How is dam safety being bolstered in California to enhance safety and resilience of dams and protect downstream communities? This is particularly important question in light of the magnification of weather events due to climate change and certainly the events that have happened in this area previously.
Okay, this is something I could talk all day about because there have been a lot of changes, and especially for the people out there that are dam owners. You know what these changes have been. And it all started a lot of it all started in 2017. And you all remember that all those atmospheric rivers that hit up north, it created a lot of legislative changes following that. And so I'm going to talk today about 4 major areas that have been bolstered in dam safety since 2017. And it started in February of 2017 when Governor Brown put out his 4-point plan to bolster dam safety and flood preparedness. And in that, he called for the evaluation of large spillways, large chute spillways. So my program had to immediately identify large chute spillways in the state that we could possibly have concerns with. And we identified 93 of those. And those owners were sent letters to immediately begin assessing the condition of their spillways. And that program is still ongoing. We've made a lot of progress with it. We actually formed a focused spillway evaluation program. And so far of the 93 to date, we have 17 that have been identified that are going to either be completely replaced or have major rehabs done to them. And other ones are going to have some, minor work. And a few, we have probably, I think like 24 that are still under review. That this is a phased approach. So owners have to go out and they did their condition assessment, then they have to follow with field investigations and then more analysis. And so we're still working through this on those other ones. So that was, it was quite an eye opener to see because, and this goes into aging infrastructure. These lined spillways are lined because their foundations are erodible underneath and they're lined with concrete. And concrete does have a lifespan. And that's what we're seeing. Many of these were built in the early 1900s up through the mid 1900s. And so some of them don't have enough steel in them. They're very thin slabs. The drain systems are all compromised now. They're all plugged. So we've been learning quite a bit through this program. Then in June of 2017, just a few months later, Senate Bill 92 was enacted, and it established two big laws that have bolstered dam safety again. One was emergency planning. So California did not have a requirement. The dam owners had to have inundation maps and emergency action plans. And so this required all dam owners, except those with low hazard dams, to now go out and do inundation maps, not just for the dams, but also for what's called a critical pertinent structure. Because our dams in California are large, and their saddle dams and their spillways can be just as large as the size of other dams across the nation. So if you have a critical pertinent structure which is a structure 25 feet high and holds back 5,000 acre feet, that requires a map too. Our division reviews the maps and approves them. Then these maps go into the EAP that the dam owner puts together, and then the Governor's Office of Emergency Services approves the EAPs. So that's been a big step forward on emergency preparedness and having communities be able to now have access to these maps. So we publicly post these maps on our website, and we're one of very, very few states in the nation that does this. And so anyone can look to see if they're in a flood inundation zone affected by a dam breach. The other major item that was bolstered, and we're going through this right now in our rulemaking process, is enforcement. So we never had administrative enforcement in the law for California. And so now what we have are civil administrative actions that can be taken against non-compliant dam owners. Our goal is to always work with dam owners and get them into compliance. Our goal is not to go out and find dam owners. We want dams fixed. And sometimes dam owners are very cooperative, and then once in a while they're not. And so that's where this is going to help us. So now we're going to be able to impose penalties up to $1,000 per day per violation. We can also impose punitive reservoir restrictions and also property liens. And then the last major effort is through AB 1270, and that was put into law in February of 2018. That required us to bring in an independent panel of dam safety experts and risk management experts to evaluate our program. And the outcome of that was, it was recommended that we begin integrating risk-informed decision-making into our program. And we need to do it in a way that would work for a large regulatory agency like us. So we have 700 dams in the state out of our 1,240 that are considered high or extremely high hazard. And so the idea is we would be doing risk studies on these 700 dams on kind of a cyclic basis, like maybe every 15 years. The outcome of this is that it's going to be able to improve the resiliency of dams, because we will systematically be identifying dams of the highest risk. And it's also going to help facilitate communication of these dam safety risks to owners, the public, and stakeholders. And this is a phased program. So we're starting off with a pilot program, and it's going to take us a couple of years to phase this in. This is a pretty large undertaking.
Sharon, my second question was how aging infrastructure is impacting dam safety. And you sort of answered it. I'll let you answer it in greater detail, but do you have any idea how much the cost is to do all the work? Does your agency tally it up ever in either in a nightmare or in a dream of what you might get someday from the federal and state government to work on this?
We have an estimate of about probably like $2 billion.
It's a significant amount. Yes.
Yeah, it's significant. And then for aging, on the other part of the aging infrastructure is we have the other thing I'll add on aging infrastructure is when we do identify dams with deficiencies, often we do have to impose reservoir restrictions, and that impacts water storage. So we have, and it's probably a pretty low amount. We have 40 dams that currently have reservoir restrictions imposed on them, but those 40 dams add up to 200,000 acre feet of water that's lost because of their deficiencies. And they're not able to bring their level up until the dam is fully remediated, which often takes years to sometimes decades, honestly, to do, because dam owners, they have challenges with funding, and they have challenges in getting all the permitting required for these large and complex projects. The other thing related to aging infrastructure, which you'll all be familiar with, is sedimentation. So a lot of these reservoirs, again, these reservoirs have been built, our average age of our dams in the state is 70 years old. And so we have some that were constructed back in the 1850s even, that's our oldest. But over time, these reservoirs are filling and they're losing valuable storage because of sedimentation. And then now with our wildfires, that's only going to make things worse going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Frank, it's your turn under the firing line here. How is your agency planning to address dam safety in light of the shifting environmental conditions, particularly with more powerful storms caused by climate change? Those rivers, those atmospheric rivers that we've been discussing.
I'm kind of questioning the merits of this question right now due to the fact that you're asking some of the conversations we had today. You're asking the federal regulator, who's both a geologist and an engineer, a hydrology question within arm's reach of your expert.
Sorry.
That's a bit concerning.
That's what they asked me to ask you.
So climate change has been a buzzword for a long time. I think there's still a lot of confusion about it. I think there's a lot of people, it's strictly political. I think there's some people who still don't believe in it. Some people, geologists, say, well, it's just the normal geologic process. So there's a lot of things that need to be taken into account. For FERC, we have not developed an official policy on how we handle it yet. So what we're doing is addressing it like pretty much everything else. It's a case-by-case basis. Every dam is different. No two concrete dams are the same. No two concrete or earth embankments are the same. No two spillways are the same. It's site conditions. There's a big push for, it's called, the simple term is site-specific probable maximum precipitation studies. There was one actually done for Santa Felicia that proved can be a bit problematic because of the lack of information. So what we have done is try to look at all the information. You try to have the experts that have the most information evaluate that and then apply it as best as you can. You know, it's not an exact science. You know, a lot of the engineering isn't. Structural engineering, hopefully there's no structural engineers here, but you design a beam, a concrete beam or a steel beam to perform in this way, and you manufacture that way, you shouldn't expect anything but that to happen. For soils, for the Mother Nature, you can't predict exactly what's going to happen. Sharon mentioned Oroville and the atmospheric rivers as you did. That was a big thing that impacted a lot of Oroville. And that's what we look at a lot now is how do you address the hydrologic impacts to your project for, you know, one atmosphere after another. People talk about 100-year storms, 1,000-year storms. Sometimes they get up into like, you know, a 10,000-year storm. You know, theoretically that means once every 10,000 years or once a year, there's a chance, or I'm sorry, that storm should happen once in a 10,000 year, but it could happen. There's a certain likelihood or probability it could happen any given year. Not to digress a little bit, but I went to grad school in Reno when the big storms hit in '97, and they interviewed somebody on TV, and she said, well, I lived here in 1952 when we had it, and they had that they said that was a 100-year storm event. Now they're calling this a 100-year storm event. I can do that math. It's not 100 years. So it's a lot more complicated than a lot of people understand. So we try to take site for site, and we learn from our mistakes. We learn from things that have happened in the past. And so we look at those atmospheric rivers and say, okay, what if you do have these storm events that might be a 10-year storm event, but you get one several days apart? So that's been our approach thus far, is just try to address each site specifically, take the information that we have available, take the experts that were hired to do the hydrologic analysis, and they make our, I hate to say make the best guess, but do the best that we can with the information that we have.
Yeah, I remember when I was in Congress and there was this lady that they interviewed, the news media interviewed. She lived up near the Mississippi, and she goes, "This is the third 500-year flood I've gotten in the last 10 years as her house is floating down the river." And so it is, like you say, it's not guesswork, but it's tough science. How has dam safety assessment changed the last 20 years, and are funding streams keeping up with the need for significant rehabilitation?
So I think like a lot of industries, if you want to call dam safety an industry, we learn from our mistakes. We learn from past experiences. You mentioned St. Francis Dam, that has a local impact here. We learn from things that happened. Sharon talked about Oroville, spillways. We look at spillways, but once something happens, then we always all of a sudden go, well, man, I didn't think about that, or we missed that, or something else that brings to light something that we should have been paying attention to and didn't, or that was missed, or something changed in the way we did an analysis that now suddenly we have to look at. So I think the whole industry is changes by the study of case histories, doing case histories of dam failures, dam safety incidents for FERC and Santa Felicia. If there's something in our guidelines, if they go out, you don't have spillway gates here, but if they went out and pushed the button to open a spillway gate and that spillway gate didn't open, we'd consider that an incident. That's something that could result in failure if you needed that gate to operate and it didn't work, and then your dam overtopped. So we look at those all very, very, very closely. Like say the Oroville spillway heightened the awareness of spillways, that incident, evacuating almost 200,000 people. Not to, and this is not to brag or anything else, but I slept on Oroville Dam that night, and that just still brings back PTSD to me, knowing the decision we had to make to evacuate people. And it was not fun. So we do everything we can to learn from those things, so things like that don't happen again. The other thing that Sharon mentioned, I think that was probably the biggest change that kind of started back in 1976 with the Teton Dam failures, is risk analysis or risk-informed decision-making. It's a more regimented, methodical, calculated engineering approach, if you will, for trying to figure out where can my dam fail. There's the potential failure modes analysis that FERC has had for quite a while that kind of started back from reclamation as well. And that's where, for those that are negative, that's the way to be. I mean, you're always looking at the worst case, what can happen, what can go wrong. You're always trying to figure out, what do we need to be prepared for? An example, I lived in Portland and we stopped at a shopping mall at the end of the runway. And I looked up at an airplane coming up over, and I turned to my friend, I go, so what would you do if that airplane started coming towards us? He goes, wow, it's never gonna happen. I said, that wasn't my question. I said, what would you do? Well, I don't have to worry about it because it's never gonna happen. The PFMA process and now moving towards risk takes all of those things like that you don't think are ever going to happen to you, and kind of qualifies or quantifies, depending upon which approach you take, how likely is that? A lot of people have been looking at big storm events and saying, well, that's where our risks are. But a lot of times just your normal day-to-day operation of your dam is where your highest risk is. So I think one of the biggest things that have changed is both the SOD and FERC, along with most other federal dam safety agencies, are moving towards this risk analysis process. And like Sharon said too, it's not an easy lift. It's going to take a while to get people trained. The industry doesn't have the number of people involved or experienced in that to do the job. But that's the method or the direction that we're moving, that that I'm definitely sold on because I think it really provides a good understanding. One last story, sorry, but when we were doing one particular dam, I told the chief dam safety engineer, I said, by the time you're done with this PFMA, you're going to know that dam better than you know your wife. I said, you're going to dissect this so deep and get so deeply involved. And it's that understanding of your dam and what could go wrong with it that is the intent of that, of trying to prevent your dam from failing and protect the downstream population.
Thank you for that. The previous panels have gone over a little bit, and we've got a period of time. We have 6 more questions, so I'm going to call this the lightning round. And I'm going to ask you to answer questions in a abbreviated but still important way because you have so much important information. I want to ask all 6 of these questions. So here's it going for the lightning round. Question number 1, how is climate change impacting your agency generally and going to how is your agency going to manage sustainability and supply in the next 10 years in the light of the challenges of climate change? Jeff, we haven't heard from you for a while, so go ahead.
All right, I'll take that one real quick. Well, I've been in this office in Carpinteria for 20 years, and it seems like fires are happening later in the season now. And why that's really bad is it doesn't give the watershed some time to recover before the first winter rains showed up. So we've seen that time and time again. I'm sure after this Alisol fire is put out, it's going to rain like crazy. It seems to always happen that way. And as Frank said, Montecito is a real good example of that. The Thomas fire came through, and shortly after that, they had this terrible microburst that just dead centered right on the burn scar, and they had a terrible debris flow, and it totally wiped out their water system. And Frank's story resonated with me at the airport because I know Montecito Water District had never thought that would happen to them, but it did. So I think that's a very important point to think about as we move forward, with climate change, and saying that will never happen to me, I think is a very dangerous statement. Into the next 10 years, I think water systems need to be more resilient and find partnerships and be more sustainable, because it is only going to get more challenging the way these things are going. We're going to need our neighbors more than ever.
Thank you. Sharon.
I just want to say for droughts, looking at the glass half full, it does allow dam owners to go out and inspect portions of their dams that are always underwater. So we got to look at like the good that can come out of these periods that we go through. And it extends construction periods. So especially down here in your area, you get a longer time to get your construction done and your dam fixed. Luckily, on the flip side, for droughts and wildfires, luckily over these last few years with these really intense wildfires, we have not seen impacts to dams. So they do get burned over, but there isn't any actually damage to the dam itself. Now that doesn't mean they're not going to get debris flow coming down, but we have not seen big impacts to dams on that. And I just want to echo again, having resilient infrastructure is going to be crucial going forward, because our spillways are going to be used more as wetter years get wetter, and you get more and more storms back to back to back. These spillways have to perform well, and the dams have to perform well. So getting our dams fixed is of utmost importance for sustainability and resiliency going forward.
Since Sharon and I are pretty much counterparts, I can pretty much say ditto to everything she says, but again, for floods, I think the same thing I mentioned earlier, and she mentioned debris flow. We last year after all the fires, we asked licensees to address debris accumulation in dams, because if you get too much, you can get a lot of ash into the reservoir, causes a lot of water quality problems, but then you can also get a lot of debris that will block your spillway gates, or like Santa Felicia, it could still clog. You don't have as much debris as like in the Sierras, but you can still get a lot of debris from that fire runoff that will clog your spillways, clog your gates, cause your intake structures, do a lot of damage. So just being aware of that, we'll just be more cognizant of that.
Thank you. I remember when the fires were here in this area, I told Mauricio and his team that we really needed to brief the Congress people on exactly those points so that they were advocating for ability to deal with the ash and the other debris that would come down. Second question, are you considering any policy changes to support the governor's water resiliency portfolio?
I'm just a lowly field engineer, so I don't have a lot of weight up in Sacramento, but the Division of Drinking Water in Sacramento has rolled out SB 1263 for water supply permits, and it requires a brand new water system or a proposed brand new water system to look at their neighbors. And if it makes more sense to connect to their neighbors rather than build their own treatment plant, then we're going to deny them a new permit. And part of that is what we feel is an effort to be more resilient and to be more sustainable. There's over 7,500 public water systems in California, and that's way too many. And most of them are very, very small. And small water systems have a very hard time staying afloat in the regulatory environment, drought, all this stuff. So really, this SB 1263 is really encouraging people to come together and not create smaller water systems that'll struggle to survive.
So in water portfolio, there's a couple of items related to dam safety, and one is the removal of dams. And we just do our normal, our regulatory review. Like right now, we're reviewing the removal for the Klamath River dams. And so that's just falls under our jurisdiction normally, and we review them to make sure that they're removed safely. And then the other item was streamlining permitting for low hazard dams. And we have been involved with some conversations of interested stakeholders in this. And so we're exploring some possibilities there.
Thank you.
It's the state of California, so we don't really get involved with that.
What is the greatest obstacle to consolidation on regional projects for increasing supply and improving quality or generating power?
For water supply and improving water quality, I think one of the biggest obstacles I've seen is that it's the lack of communication, buy-in, and collaboration with your neighbors. So if, for instance, one particular agency is coming up with their approach and they believe it's regional, and when it's unveiled, the expected participants are kind of surprised and don't really feel like they were part of the process. And I've seen projects die because of that, because there wasn't initial buy-in and consideration of the region.
Sure.
So we don't necessarily get involved in the regional aspect because we regulate dams individually. But what we see is just overall on dam projects is being able to work through these complexities again in a timely manner and streamlining of permitting where possible. A lot of times these projects take so long to get through those items that the grant money comes to expiration, and then the dam owner's really struggling to get the project approved so that they don't lose their grant money.
I think what was already said, I just think the cooperation, collaboration, working together as a team. I've been involved in too many projects where somebody has some ulterior motive, and rather than being upfront and honest with everything, they're trying to get their side or their more than their share of the project rather than just working together. It's very simple, but I think that's a big part of it.
Thank you. Sharon, you sort of alluded to this in your answer just now, but what advice would you give to agencies trying to move projects through the regulatory maze?
So what we always preach is notify us early. We want to know at concept what you're thinking, because then we can help direct the project and identify things that we know right away are fatal flaws in it, and what type of effort's going to be needed, what type of expertise is needed, and to lay out realistic schedules on these projects.
I echo those statements 100%. We'd never like to walk into a project at like 80% and say we have a major problem with this because there's been a lot of time and money invested in that, and it becomes a very sad meeting. So if we're involved, like Sharon said, 0%, 15% design, concept even better, I think the projects tend to go a lot smoother.
Similar, but also hire somebody that knows what they're doing at the risk of being a little bit too blunt. You know, I was a consultant once and it's like, oh, well, we can do that. We can do that. And then we got off the meeting and I turned to my boss, I said, we don't do that. How do we do that? You need, dam safety is, especially against dam safety, is too critical. You've got lives at risk. So make sure your consultants are well qualified. Don't go lowest bid. I know money's the big issue and that's been a big topic. And we're cognizant of that. But the same thing, just make sure you've got qualified individuals who have the experience to do it. And again, as both of them mentioned, start early with us. You know, let us know what you're doing and work together with us. And again, we'll find fatal flaws or anything else that doesn't meet our guidelines. Be familiar with the regulatory guidelines. Don't go in and just say, well, what do I need to do? Just be prepared to do your homework.
It's great advice. This question is going to be sort of out of left field, I think, but it's what is your appetite for out of the box projects? And I'm going to give you an example. It wasn't in the question, but maybe like alternative mitigation for some environmental issues that might come up. Or is that ever considered? And does your agency have the capacity to take those things into consideration? Jeff?
Sure. I could start with drinking water. Again, it's very critical we get this right. Public health is at stake here. So we usually lean towards the tried and true technologies. But as we enter the world of, perfluorinated compounds and microplastics and it's getting harder and harder to treat surface water, recycle water reuse, we have to look at innovative ideas, and if you don't turn over that rock, you might, miss a solution to a really difficult problem. So of course we vet those a lot more. There's a lot more proving and conversation with a novel technology, but we are certainly open to those.
I'll echo what he just said, but from a dam safety perspective, again, ensuring public safety is our priority. And so when we approve design concepts for dams, we like to see performance history. Now, you can't really do that with innovation, but we do entertain innovation. And we, as part of our program with any project, we do complete independent reviews. And one time we did have a very innovative design come in and we did entertain it. But after we did a numerical structural analysis of it, we realized there was a big fatal flaw with it and actually pointed out to the consultant. And then they went back and re-looked at their model and it agreed with us. And so you got to be careful with too much innovation, but we do entertain it. Whenever we do have a project that's a little outside of the norm, we look for other redundancies and robustness to be built into the system. So just in case it doesn't quite perform as you thought, there's something in the back pocket that's going to keep that dam safe.
I agree with them again. I always feel like I'm just repeating, but I think the thing to keep in mind is with dam safety, we're always talking what's the state of the practice, or what's the standard of the art, what's the standard practice, what do we typically do? Like Jeff said, with risk, well, that's one thing good about it is you're talking about population at risk. So do you want to experiment on new technology when you've got 100,000 people living downstream of your dam? You might want to, and FERC is open to that as well, but it's got to be well vetted. You've got to make your case. There's some licensees too that, and people that have a FERC project, so like United Water's licensee, it's issued and ordered. Some people don't have the money to even hardly do, and I'm not saying United Water in that case, but I'm just saying that some licensees struggle so hard, the smaller ones. We both have owners that can't afford the dam that they own. And if something goes wrong like Oroville did, Oroville had great resources, but if they didn't, it would have been even more devastating. Some larger owners like that have the funds that can do research projects, and we encourage them But again, we look at them very carefully and do our own independent analyses. And if it's real complicated, we'll have them get a board of consultants just to make sure that is the right thing. If we didn't look at innovation, we wouldn't have to sit here and push this button to talk. We'd be trying to yell so you could hear what we talked about. So I think it's important to be open to it, but just cautiously and look at what the consequences are of what you're applying it to.
Well, Frank, I'm not going to make you wait to the end this time. This is the last question. I'm going to let you start the close. How does California support regional efforts for sustainability? Are agencies better working together or going it alone? And will you provide more support when agencies work together for a regional benefit?
I think it's a little bit out of my league, a little bit because it's California, but as I mentioned earlier, Sharon and I essentially have the same job. I think we work together very well. We try not to put the owner into a bad spot where they say one thing, we say the other. I think just working together, again, going similar to the other question earlier, I think just working together, being cooperative, collaborating together. As a regulator, we've got to be really careful that we're not too friendly. Going back to the San Bernardino pipeline explosion with PG&E up in the Bay Area, a lot of heads rolled from both the Public Utilities Commission and PG&E because they were a little bit too friendly. As a regulator, we're an independent overseer. We're there to make sure that you don't have cockroaches in your food, like a health inspector. We're there to make sure that you're dam safe and that your owners that own the dam upstream where you live is doing everything right to make sure that that dam doesn't fail. But just working together as a team, I think is probably the most critical thing.
Well, clearly that's right. And protecting the public safety's got to be a preeminence. Sharon?
Answer this in a similar way, but in our office, our culture that we try to strive for with our staff is to work very closely with the dam owner and their consultants. I mean, I feel like we're very collaborative and we really engage to move projects along. And we have been involved in bigger projects like the San Clemente dam removal project. And that one, took a couple of decades to do that one, but that one, people in our office were actually working in meetings with the environmental permitting agencies in bringing up the dam safety concerns. And so when those type of projects come along, we'll participate in whatever it takes to help move the project along.
Thank you. Jeff?
Yep, same thing for me. We definitely support collaboration and regional efforts. It helps spread the cost of whatever's coming down the regulatory pathway over a broader customer base. So if you have a real small customer base, 200 people or less, and you also have to buy carbon for perfluorinated compounds, it's going to cost each of your customers a lot more than it's going to cost the city that has 200,000 people in it. And even if you don't become part of that city, if you have an interconnection or you have some mutual aid agreement with that, with your neighboring water systems, it's definitely going to help you be more sustainable.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the lightning round today, and we have 3 champions up here. Thank you for your participation.
Let's give another round of applause to Mr. Cardoso. You did a great job moderating. Thank you so much to our panelists. I know it's a long day, and this is great to see your engagement and participation in this mission to help us out. And again, we really appreciate your taking time out for us today. Thank you very much. We are at the conclusion of the summit. Again, I want to thank certainly our panelists, our moderators, our professional presenters and staff that put all this together. Really appreciate our guest speakers and our administration staff, Chris and everyone else, really coming together, putting all this together for us to make a very successful summit. So again, thank you all. And thank you coming out into the room and those who are participating virtually. I mean, it's really this great partnership and collaboration that we've come together today, and look forward to working with all of you towards this mission of sustainability and resiliency. So thank you all very, very, very much for your participation today. And I will leave with one more thing. Now, I know we have some Northern California friends in the room and some Northern California friends, you know, online, but the Giants are going down tonight. So go Dodger Blue. Have a very nice evening. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.